Good morning and welcome to the council meeting for a special meeting about strategic planning. I want to acknowledge the territory. This is the traditional territory of the Coast Salish people, in particular the Qualicum First Nation. And we welcome you, and I'll call the meeting to order. And the first item is the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, then the agenda is adopted. And so with the strategic planning, I would like to introduce our consultant, Alison Hepkirk. And we were just talking about how many times you've done this with the town of Qualicum Beach. And I think we're about 20 years. Alison comes from a rich history in local government with being the mayor. I'm not sure what town you were the mayor. Central Saanich. And also as a planner and as a consultant. So we're in good hands with someone who has plenty of experience and understands exactly what the elected people do and what the planners do. So, Alison, up to you.
Thank you, everyone. Oh, I have to turn this on. Just push the button. There we go. Thanks so much. First of all, let me apologize. I'm going to have my back to you, to council, to the public, to the staff at various times this morning and this afternoon, and I apologize for that, but here we are. My job today is just to really facilitate this meeting and to hopefully get us through all of this work today. I just want to tell you how excited I am to be here. This work that you've done last year and this year, and I said this to your CAO yesterday, is really amazing. It's one of the best sort of strategic planning and financial planning processes I've ever seen. And I'm not just saying that, I really mean it. It's really fantastic, the whole approach and the work that you've done. So I'm loving this as a planner. This is my, this is what gets me excited. So really well done. And here we are going to do the second evolution of this today, and just move the ball down the field a little farther. So thanks for having me back, and thanks for the opportunity to be part of this really fantastic process. Just going to walk you through a couple of slides to start the morning with, and just to remind council, you've seen this slide last year, that strategic planning it is a core responsibility of council, along with allocating your resources, providing oversight and reporting for the organization, and managing risk, the four key components of governance in your community. So this is very much a kind of critical piece in the work that you do every year on behalf of your community. So the purpose of today's meeting, first of all, is to update the strategic plan for 24 to 28. So this is, you invested a tremendous amount of effort last year to get this plan going, and this is the annual update and revision of it. To transfer knowledge and information to the public and to council, from the staff about the work that the town is doing and planning to do. Really key to your process, which again I'm super excited about, is integrating the amazing amount of planning work, budgeting, long-term financial planning, integrating all of that so that it is aligned and you are pointing all of your efforts in a very specific direction. And I think you've done a great job of that, and this is again going to be one more evolution and refinement of that process. And then finally, to consider the strategic initiatives and the timelines in consideration of the November 1st provincial housing announcement. More about that later, but this is, I'm a planner by training. I've been in planning for over 40 years, never seen anything like this. It's a total game changer for communities. It's going to have huge impacts. So if I can just tell you what you have in front of you. For council, you have a binder, and if you go before, just take a look at tab 1. Just let me sort of walk through what these tabs are. Tab 1, behind tab 1 is the strategic plan. So, and we'll be walking through that and asking for you to endorse that. Behind tab 2 is your financial plan. Sorry, it's an excerpt of your financial plan. And then beyond that, tab 3 is the strategic initiatives list. And that's going to be the substance of today's discussion. We're going to walk through the initiatives and the timing and ask for your support or amendment of what is in this binder. And then behind tab 4 are the scoping sheets. Behind tab 5 are the summary financial tables, and then the budget calendars behind tab 6. So that's what's in your binder. And the public has almost the same set of information. What's really key for you is just behind the first page is the strategic plan. So again, this is the high-level strategic document of council, and again, we'll be asking council for endorsement or amendment of that. Behind the first green sheet are tables that look like this. We are going to walk through these tables. It's going to take us the vast amount of today to do that. And we'll be going through it systematically and again asking for council's endorsement or amendment. And then finally, behind the second green page are the scoping sheets. These are summaries and details of the significant strategic initiatives, and we'll come back and talk about that a little bit later. But that's what's in your documents. Any questions about that? Everybody know what we're looking at, because we're going to use this today.
I just want to comment over the last week, probably, I saw staff under the leadership of our CAO and planning department. There was a real buzz upstairs about getting ready for this, and then also trying to integrate that with our financial plan. So kudos to the town staff for a tremendous job.
Yeah, this represents, as you can imagine, a huge amount of work. So we'll carry on. The public has got this document in front of you. You got a sense of where we're headed with this. So this is a process that council's going through. It's an evolving process. You've made great steps since last year, and we're going to continue to refine this over time, which is, my comment is that this is exactly as it should happen. You're not going to invent the wheel in a day. This is a process of invention and trying to create something that will really work for the town. It's the second year that you've done your strategic planning in public. Kudos to you for that. And the staff have committed to continuing to look at ways to improve the process and to engage the public in the process over time. One of the key objectives of the strategic planning process is to connect all of these major policy documents you have, the official community plan, council strategic plan, all of your master plans, and very importantly, your annual budgeting and your long-range financial planning to really integrate and align these policies. So again, all of your efforts are focused in one direction and they're coordinated. Here is the big picture. At the very top is your official community plan. It's the guiding document for your community, and it provides the vision for your strategic plan. The council strategic plan's the path by which the organization advances towards the vision of the official community plan. Then council has this role of allocating resources towards your priorities that are expressed in the strategic plan. And then there's the annual budgeting and financial planning cycle and the reporting out to the public. This is the prelude to your budgeting cycle, and the decisions you make today, or this is a committee of whole meeting ultimately at a council meeting, will form the sort of strategy for budget and long-term financial planning for the organization. So this is very much a part of the budgeting process. The priorities you set, of course, are going to have budget consequences and will lead into the budgeting and the longer-term financial process. This isn't without its challenges. this is council's cross to bear, I think, that there are no shortage of great ideas and wants. It's about balancing out, what you can afford, the taxes the public can afford or will support paying, and what kind of services you're providing. It really is very much a balancing act. You have to manage with, constrained revenues and a finite staff capacity, just how much staff you can afford and what they are able to produce for you. So it's council's job to balance these competing interests and ultimately make some choices about what's most important to your community and what you think the community can afford. And I'm going to turn this over to Raj.
Thank you, Allison. So the town's largest source of revenue to deliver the programs and services that it provides is municipal property taxes. In 2023, the typical or average home was assessed at $982,700, and it paid approximately $2,147 for its municipal portion of the tax bill. Of that, 1,561 went towards municipal services, and $290 went towards police services, and $296 was put into asset reserves to address life cycle costs of our assets. 1% increase in property taxes generates about $111,000 in revenue, and it's worth noting that that would impact the typical home by about $21. You can go to the next slide. So just a further look at the revenue breakdown. As I'd mentioned earlier, municipal property taxes are the largest source of revenue for the municipality or the town, and they represent 43% or $11.1 million in revenue. The next two largest sources are government grants and fees and charges. And government grants are typically received or allocated for projects and are not applied towards operating costs. So these are not available to address the day-to-day costs of running the town. Fees and charges for service that fees and charges are charged for services that typically benefit individuals as opposed to the general public. So fees and charges are collected through water user fees, sewer user fees, and building permits, dog licenses, and business licenses, etc. We can go to the next slide on expenses. The annual budgeted expenditures in the 2023 budget, including contributions to reserves, were approximately $20 million. And largest portion of expenses, 30% or $6 million, was budgeted towards operations. So that would include transportation, drainage, parks, facilities, and airport services. And the next largest area was general government, which includes services to support council and meet legislative requirements, such as administration, financial services, information technology, etc. Protective services includes police, fire, and emergency planning services, and accounts for about 8% of expenditures. It's also important to note that 13% of expenditures are contributed to our asset reserves to address life cycle and maintenance cost of assets as well. And I'm going to turn it back over to you, Allison. Thank you.
So we just wanted to give you some examples of really the order of magnitude of costs that municipalities are dealing with. This is no back of the envelope operation. The cost of a single fire truck apparatus right now is about $1 million. One new RCMP recruit, including all of the associated costs, approximately $162,000 a year. The Bay Street slope stabilization estimated at $2 million. Beach Creek East Crescent Culvert Replacement, $1.9 million. Skate Park Replacement, $1.5 million. Public Works Fuel Tank, $280,000. Eagle Crest Drive Storm Main Replacement, $100,000. Server Room Fire Suppression Cooling System Installation, $100,000. Annual Hydro for Town Facilities, Pumping Stations and Streetlights, $475,000. So, you know, your council is dealing with really significant costs that you are managing and juggling in order to provide the services that the community is wanting and is able to pay for. But they're really significant costs and require, in my view, really solid, thoughtful, long-term financial planning, which is, again, an important part of this process, so that you can take on these costs over time, manage them, build the reserves, and pay for the things that you need to pay for over time. This is a really interesting slide that gives you a sense of the value of local government to you. So here you have this organization that provides this huge range of services for the community. And where does it sit compared to other costs? So a typical monthly household costs for gas insurance for one car, you can see the bar at the top of this table, so a little over $400 a month. Phone, cable, internet bundle, a couple of $100 a month, and there your property taxes are somewhere around $175 a month. So just comparing it to some of the other expenditures that a typical household would have, given that your community provides you with water, sewer, roads, all kinds of ancillary services, I think some of us would argue that there's really good value for money here in what you have. I should have added to that too, all of the protective services that you get from fire and police. So really just essential services in our communities, and overall pretty good value, I would say, in my view. There are a whole different number of ways to fund the work that you do. Council can choose to use taxation and grants, reserves if they're available, borrowing, or a combination of all of those different methods. You simply can't propose initiatives without allocating appropriate resourcing for them. You need to understand the cost of the services, and council needs to approve the appropriate funding if you actually really want the initiatives to go ahead. So part of your challenge of your financial staff is to help facilitate, you know, the best way to fund the initiatives, but at the end of the day, they all need to be funded and resourced appropriately. And I think I'm back to you, Raj.
Thanks again, Allison. So this slide is lead into the last one. In last year's budgeting process, Council approved an initial $650,000 contribution to a reserve for strategic initiatives, and it also authorized an annual contribution of $250,000 to address the strategic initiatives throughout Council's term and beyond. And what this is showing here is essentially we've got, if you look at the first column here, our anticipated cost of the initiatives that'll be completed in 2023. So if you take the beginning balance, you add the contribution to the reserve in 2023, and you deduct the cost of the initiatives, you'll be left with a $567,000 balance. And the same process goes through each year. What we've got is all of the cost of strategic initiatives that are funded from the reserve highlighted in this schedule. And what it shows is that in 2026 and 2028, we are short in our balance in this reserve. So if council desires to carry out all of the initiatives that you're going to be looking at today, we will either need to find a way of increasing the balance of this reserve so that we can pay for all those initiatives from a financial perspective, and also provide staff with the resources to be able to deliver on those initiatives. Or the other alternative is to prioritize the initiatives that are most important to council so we fall within the limits of the reserve balance here. Thank you, Alison, and back to you.
Thanks, Arash. So maybe I'll just stop here and ask council if there's any questions about this slide, because it's important to understand that what's kind of in the plan, what's on the docket, you're going out in the next few years going to be facing some challenges. Any questions about that? Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, so in 2028, most of the things which involve land have been, an actual allocation of land from the town have been pushed back to 2028. So does the 417,000 then include land costs, or is it strictly costs for consultants, staffing, et cetera?
Yeah, I'll let Raj respond to that.
Thank you. So it would not include land. This would be strictly the cost of carrying out these initiatives, which is primarily consulting costs. It's not staff costs or land costs.
Thanks. Any other questions? Okay, we'll carry on. You've seen a slide like this before, and it's just really a reminder that in order to carry out your core work, which includes regulatory obligations, delivering the core services of the municipality, you know, the everyday recurring ongoing services, water, sewer, protective services, and all of this, you know, citizen services are maintained, that about 85% of all of your resources go to just resourcing your core services. And you have about 15% to play with. And this is not the slightest bit unusual. In fact, I would say you're in a fairly good position compared to lots of communities I work in. Often 100% of their resources are devoted to just delivering core services. So you do have, and you have set up a system that enables you to take on strategic initiatives, but the vast majority of your resources go to the ongoing day-to-day services that you provide to the community. Important to note that just a couple of things about, as of the end of October 2023, council resolutions that have required staff action to date this year, 241. Total number of resolutions, 366. So each of these 241 resolutions have required staff to devote time to them. Number of regular, special, and committee of the whole meetings this year, 41. There have been 120 staff reports produced and provided to council. So, you know, good decisions require good information, and you know, you're getting this quality staff report, hopefully with really good information that you can use to make your decisions. And there have been 39 notices of motions. And I'll just say, in my experience across the province, that it's these notices of motions that are really challenging for organizations. And that going forward, what you really want to do is make sure that the notices of motions are really aligned with your strategic plan and the things that you want to achieve, because they can often be new, you know, completely new initiatives that have not been planned for. And I think connecting your notices of motion with your strategic plan and your strategic initiatives will help make the organization more efficient and help you to focus your resources. So this is an area that I see increasingly in municipalities, these new initiatives being brought forward and not really anticipated in the strategic structure of the organization. So this is something for you to be thinking about over time. And my understanding is that your organization is going to try to connect notices of motions, or the work prompted by notices of motions, with your strategic initiatives and your strategic planning in a way to try to make the process smoother and more efficient. We undertook strategic planning in January 2029 and saw that at that time both your budget and staffing was largely allocated for both 2023 and 2024. So you've maxed out your capacity in the next coming years. No surprise. And if we can just move on to begin to talk about your strategic plan itself. In the strategic plan that we developed last year, you created these focus areas, so good governance, community health and well-being, climate action, housing, economic prosperity, and progressive infrastructure. So that informs the basic structure of your strategic plan. That's how your strategic initiatives are organized in the strategic plan, and we'll be walking through each of these one by one. I've just asked the staff to put in the actual strategic plan, that it again is behind tab 1 in your binder and right at the front of the public document. No intention that you are going to read this slide, just really as a reference to the document that you have in front of you. But this includes, again, this notion that the graphic that shows the strategic plan as being a critical part of your role as providing governance to your community. It includes the vision, which is drawn from the official community plan, drawn directly from the official community plan, a mission statement that's based on the community charter, changed significantly from last year, and I'm expecting, and maybe I shouldn't expect, but I anticipate that council is comfortable with that structure, your vision, your mission statement, and the focus areas. So what we'd like to ask, first of all, for any discussion that you might want to have about that, and if you're comfortable with that foundational strategic plan, that you make a motion to recommend to council that you adopt the strategic plan.
Alison, that would happen at the end of this session?
We were hoping, this does not include the initiatives. We're going to, remember that we've separated out the initiatives, and we'll be going through those and asking for council's endorsement or amendment of those one by one. But the overall strategic plan, again, behind tab 1, the vision, mission, code of conduct, which you've already adopted, the process, and your focus areas that you would adopt that today.
Thank you. We could do that right now, because you've gone through it. We looked at it. So Councillor Skipsey moves the staff recommendation. Councillor Vandervaag, Councillor, we got lots of seconders, so we're good. Discussion. Councillor Harrison.
Should we just clarify that point? Because I know if the mayor is confused about what the motion's referring to, I'm assuming the average citizen might be confused too. So we might just want to add a little amendment that as per pages 1 through whatever the page numbers are of the public agenda.
Ms. Frilla.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the link to that is in the package. It's actually stamped November 10th, 2023. So it's very clear that it is linked to what's in the council binder. It's also included in the public agenda, and it's also included in the package that the public has, just for clarification, Your Worship.
My confusion was not about that, but the timing, whether we go through the whole process first, but from the comments from Ms. Hapkirk, it seems appropriate to do it now. So ready for the discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you.
Now, this is a committee, so we have to bring this back at a council meeting.
Yeah, so this is a recommendation to your council meeting, so you do have time to rethink that, but I think that's terrific. That sets the groundwork for the rest of the day.
I'm just wondering, you mentioned that we'll be going through the strategic initiatives one by one.
Yep.
Are you asking that in this session we decide on those each as we go along?
Yeah.
Because I would prefer, personally, to look at all the initiatives so that we understand all of them and then review from there, rather than this is one, yay or nay, when we haven't seen all of the others for comparison.
Yeah, this was this was a question that we wrestled with. Maybe we can see how this goes, because my fear is if we wait till the very end, we would have to go back and start again. So, it's a lot to deal with, to be honest. We plan to go through each focus area. Some of them will be really easy to confirm, I think. Some might be more difficult. So maybe what we can do is, as we go along, get council's support on the easy ones, and we could flag the ones that might be more difficult. But I think it could be really challenging if we walk through everything and then go back and have to work through them again. Frank, this is a challenge. I understand that. So could I get you to agree that we'll go through the first section and see how that goes, and if it doesn't work, then we'll have to do what you're suggesting.
Okay, we got two hands up as well. Follow-up question, Councillor Van der Valk?
Well, again, it may be a challenge to get through all the information, but I think in all fairness, if we need to meet that challenge, and I personally want to have all the information that I can, because if we say yes to even the easy ones, then that does affect the overall picture and the overall budgeting. So that's just my preference.
And then we had a hand up here as well.
I was just thinking that could we do the yays and nays, and then our finance department, Raj, could see where that fits into our budget, and then we can look at our overflow and then go back to say, oh, well, this costs so much, maybe we will reconsider. But at least go through it all once and then go back and see what is causing the overflow.
Well, I think that is the plan, to do that. The question is, how do we, how do we get the sense of whether council is going to support each of these, chunks of work? So I think, I think we should walk through the first section and see where we get to. And it's a lot of work to get through today. Going through it once will be a challenge. Going through it twice will definitely be a challenge. So let's carry on, and we'll see where we get. If you're not comfortable making a decision as we go, we're just going to have to come back and do it a second time.
So just 2 points. Firstly, I have some pretty serious issues with how things are laid out right now. We had 6 strategic priorities. Economic prosperity, aside from the grant we essentially did yesterday, there's really nothing there. Aside from the originally last strategic plan update we had in July, it was a parking study. I'm assuming that's the tourism and small business promotion. I'm not sure how those two overlap, but the parking study is now gone. But that's one issue that I have just off the top of my head. And then for all the housing related announcements, we basically have 3 years of inaction when the previous council, 3 members who voted for the climate, housing, healthcare emergency declaration all got reelected. But there's nothing on housing in the first 3 years. So I have pretty grave problems about that, but I'll park that aside. We'll get through that later. To get to the issue that I think Councillor Van der Valk and Councillor Young are talking about, what we might want to do is, I'm just looking at this giant chart, which has all the strategic initiatives on it, maybe just mark off the ones we'd want to change as we go through it. And then we could have a list of, okay, there's 2 in this part, 1 in that part, 2 in this part. Now let's go back to the 5 we want to change. How do they interrelate? To Councillor Van der Valk's point, then we're looking at all the ones we want to change. If we want to change everything, then we're going to be here a very long time, so hopefully we don't do that. But that might be the easiest way as a kind of a compromise between 1 by 1. So you can still, when we're making changes, we have the big whole picture, but then we're not re-litigating every single one as we go through. That might be sort of like a middle of the road position. I'm just saying that as a freewheeling thing in the middle of a very important decision-making process, so forgive me for that.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think as we go through this, at the very least, you need to flag the things that you're not comfortable with, and then we'll have to work through those. So I completely agree. Okay. So the possible new initiatives, your CAO has canvassed you all. She's asked you what priorities have you heard over the year, what do the citizens want you to accomplish, what services are they willing to pay for. So those have all been integrated into the lists that we have in your binder. So Lou, I don't know is there anything you want to say about that?
No, I don't think so. I think the fact that it was distributed to council in advance and to make sure if we missed anything, a couple sheets were added in response to that check back. So we should be all encompassing based on the feedback from council we've received today.
So hopefully we haven't missed anything, but we're here to hear if there is something that didn't somehow get into the list. But we hope that everything is included on the tables. I'm going to move this on to you, Lou, for the scoping sheets.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Allison. So what we've done is we've created scoping sheets, and I think maybe the easiest way for the public to follow along is to refer to the table that's sandwiched between those bright green sheets in your package, because the next few slides, I think we're 3 or 4 away, we're actually going to start working through those lists in chunks. But I also wanted to explain to you what qualified for a scoping sheet. So if there was a project put forward that took either significant staff time, resources, or both, we did a scoping sheet for it. We have to manage all those things, as well as recognizing that the amount of projects that we can consult with the community on at any given time also has to be part of that balancing act. So when we're looking at scoping sheets, making recommendations for timelines, those staff work plans, capacity, funding, all those pieces result in the staff recommendation. And again, council is free to adjust that with resources as you required. Every one of these projects has been either the result of a council resolution, not many, but you will recall referring some to strategic planning, and then others have been championed individually by a councillor, and then it's brought forward for potential endorsement by council, which is when it actually becomes a project. So everything here, the proposed sheets, or no decision making has occurred to date. I just wanted to explain a little bit about what's in a scoping sheet. So when you look behind, for the public, behind that green sandwich package, that colorful table, you'll see some samples of scoping sheets, and we may refer to these as we go along. That's up to council. But the internal cross-reference number up top, that's really for us. We have to manage these in multiple fields, bouncing between presentation materials and Excel documents. So for us, we've assigned internal cross-reference numbers, and those are actually appearing on the sheets this year. We'll link what the project is to the focus areas, one of council's 6 focus areas that you assign initiatives to under each of those areas. We'll title the initiative, we'll give it a description, we'll note which department is leading. I think as Allison mentioned earlier, or it's coming up, we have 26 projects and all but 5 have planning as the lead. We'll recognize supporting departments, and I think this is one of the areas I'd like to see more improvement on for next year, is to really consider how much does operations have to support planning in some of these initiatives? How much does corporate services have to support? So I think we'll see probably a better reflection of the supporting documents or departments, as well as the staff hours. I think you'll see a more realistic expenditure when we consider those multi-department involvements. We have a section for resources required. So expenses are a one-time expense associated with the initiative, often a consultant. Staff hours, those are those one-time lumps of staff hours that would be required to support a consultant or do a part of the project, whatever that is. And then is there additional staffing required? So we'll be noting that in here as well. This would happen if the project resulted in an increased service level, such as bylaw compliance. You would see a staffing request made. any relevant staff comments that we could add to the sheet to aid council in their decision-making. And then we also noted the public engagement that we would anticipate, referring to the IAP2 level of engagement. And so we're starting to use this more in our staff reports as well, actually declaring up front, how will we be engaging with the public? I think it's useful for both council, staff work plans, and the public to be aware of that. And finally, we have a staff recommendation that will come out of that, the work that went above. And this is mostly related to timelines, whether to advance or not advance, maybe some qualifying comments. And then very quickly, since the November 1st announcement on housing, we added another box that said, have we adjusted the timeline again due to the housing announcement? So we had these sheets largely done with proposed years. The announcement dropped on November 1st, and then we had to go back to our work plans and very quickly try to adjust things out to accommodate the next 4 years, which will be largely focused on housing as prescribed by, and other projects as prescribed by the province. Allison, you have to drive for me.
I just wanted to add to this. You recall that we did this last year. This is the first time I think Qualicum Beach has done this. The purpose of producing these scoping sheets is to really give council a sense, an order of magnitude sense of what it is going to take to carry out the initiative. It's so easy to pass a resolution saying we're going to do this, but you really need a sense of the impact on the staffing and the impact on your financial resources of each of the initiatives that you take on. So this is a sort of a second evolution of this, and hopefully will provide council with a sense of what is involved in each of the strategic initiatives, what it's going to take to actually deliver on them. So that's why the staff have put a lot of effort into these, and in an effort to provide the kind of information that council needs to make good quality decisions.
Thanks, Allison. So again, the last box on the strategic initiative sheet, we added as of the November 1st provincial announcement, and we recognize this as a game changer, as Allison referred to before. And I think this is where I'd like to invite Luke to add some thoughts on the next slides.
Thank you. So I'll just provide a brief summary of some of the requirements that we're going to be heading into over the next few years, and then possibly some of the implications in terms of workload and follow-up projects. So just to very briefly describe the housing legislation that has been introduced and we anticipate will come into force. The first requirement is, well, sorry, I'll just overview the timeline. So in December, we're anticipating that the province will release what they call a policy manual for small-scale, multi-unit developments. And so that's all the details that we're waiting for. And unfortunately, right now we only have the legislation. A lot of the details are yet to be determined, and so we're kind of waiting eagerly to see what those requirements are, because that will very much impact the next steps in terms of what the town does. So they do anticipate that there will be more funding given to municipalities, and that will probably be in various formats. It could be through the development approvals grant process to streamline and make development approvals more effective. It could possibly be distributed to local governments as direct supports to support the transitions and the requirements that the province has directed municipalities to do. So there may be some resources available to help with some of these projects, but until we have the details, it's hard to actually rely on that funding source. And the next big milestone that we're going to need to hit next year is June 30th of next year. The town will need to do a major update to its zoning bylaw to change the zoning of single-family dwellings within the urban containment boundary to accommodate the density targets specified by the province. And so those are 4 units for almost every residential lot in the town within the urban containment boundary. So, details yet to be determined on exactly what that looks like for individual zones, but that is a major update to the zoning bylaw. And then Following that, by December of next year, local governments will need to have completed housing needs reports. The town has one housing needs assessment that was done several years ago in collaboration with the regional district. My understanding is that that report wouldn't meet the current specifications for the housing needs report, so that we will need to provide a new housing needs report. Hopefully we can do that in collaboration with other regional local governments, but that remains to be seen. That's also a detail that has yet to be detailed by the province. And then by the end of 2025, municipalities are required to update the OCP and then bring zoning bylaws into compliance with their official community plans. So that means that the land use designations in our official community plan would need to be somewhat congruent with the zoning bylaw in terms of what they anticipate. And that's in contrast to what the town's zoning bylaw says now. So just for reference, we have, say, the village neighborhood, which in terms of current use is primarily single family. However, in the long term, the town will be transitioning to higher intensity residential uses. So there's a difference between the long-term vision and the current reality. This provincial requirement would mean that the town has to align those two. So to make the current zoning basically the multifamily designation that the town anticipates in the long term. So that's 2025. We will be working on that major piece of work. Next slide. There are many other aspects of town legislation, town bylaws, policies that will need to be updated as kind of incidental projects that need to flow out of this. And I've listed them all here. I won't articulate them all individually, but let's just say that even though the province only specifically identifies the zoning bylaw and the official community plan, there's a lot of other bylaws and policies that need to be implemented. And that suite of bylaws and policies that they don't specifically mention, a lot of those contain the tools that we will need to use to kind of really maintain our high quality of life, commitment to the environment, and the overall commitment to high quality planning. So we have a lot of tools in our toolbox. The province has sort of taken away some of those tools through this legislation, but we are confident that through the tools we have remaining, specifically development permit areas are going to be one of the major tools we have. So we put the big challenge accepted slide or stamp on this slide because it will be a challenge, but I think that the town is well positioned in terms of resources, commitment, and resident support to implement this to the best of our abilities. Thank you.
So I don't think any of us really understand the order of magnitude of this change, but I think from my point of view, it's incredible. It's seismic. It's going to take a huge amount of effort. It's going to have a real impact on every municipal organization in the province, and it's going to be a real challenge. Any questions of council about this before we go ahead? Okay. Thanks, Luke. So in order to accommodate this work that the province has identified for you, you're going to have to shift your game plan because all of a sudden you have new work on your plate that you really didn't anticipate or didn't anticipate the scale of. So, part of this year's strategic planning is, and you will see from the tables, is going to be making adjustments to accommodate this new work. So currently you have a number of significant large projects underway from the 2023 strategic planning. Of the 26 newly proposed strategic initiatives, all but 5 have the planning department as the lead. So this is really falling on both the strategic initiatives in your 2023 plan are the responsibility of planning, plus they have the new work given to them by the government, the provincial government. And given the magnitude of the November 1st provincial announcement, strategic initiatives and multiple department works must be adjusted. So that has become your new context for your work going forward. So we're going to get into the guts of this today. I think, Lou, I'm going to turn this over to you, but again, just to help the public, if you want to turn to this page, the first page behind the first green sheet, and council, if you want to turn to your tables, which are behind tab 3, we're going to begin to work through this methodically. And over to you, Lou.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is just to sort of explain to people how we laid things out. And again, we really had to pivot from the November 1st announcement. So we anticipated the projects, the pieces of the table that were yellow, those are complete or we flagged as a risk, they might move into Q1 2024. The green will be something council approved in 2023 for 2024. We've got a few errors in the table, but I'll point those out. And then council approved for 2025 or beyond. We're actually going to make some shifts in these based on the housing announcement. We'll pause and let council discuss that if they need to. And then the pink pieces of the table are a new proposed initiative for 2024, and then the teal is proposed for 2025 or beyond. So these are really just the headers of your Pantone table, as we're calling it. Again, sandwiched between those bright green sheets for the public following along. So we fully recognize that council decision-making is required for resource and budget allocation and timelines. And with the new announcement, I don't envy you this a huge challenge before you.
We don't envy you and staff either, Ms. Ritter.
Thank you. Okay, so I just did want to acknowledge again, as I like to say, we were coming in really hot on this. So there have been agenda package changes. You may see some small errors. It has been a lot of late nights and a really quick turning point. So thank you for bearing with us. We're not pretending we're perfect, but I will say a huge progress again from last year. So I just love seeing us on a really great trend to improving how we're doing this piece of municipal business. So we've broken these down again into sections, and they go by focus area. So you have those 6 focus areas. You'll see the focus area mentioned in the top. You're going to see we've noted how many slides we're going to deal with for good governance. And this one is the initiatives that were planned in 2023 and we plan to complete in 2023. We do have a couple risks of initiatives for you moving into the first quarter of 2024. The airport consultation plan will be completed. I think council's getting a report on that December 6th. You just participated in the open houses earlier this week. The development tracker will likely see this in the first quarter of 2024. We did hire that term planner position coming out of last year when we also had the discussion about how many projects were led by planning. We'll be looking to extend that position given the announcement of the province, but that will be through budget. We're also going to likely be looking for support for engineering as a result of that housing announcement as well through the budget process. I just want to flag that the same way I did last year. We had the accessibility committee established, and we did make the requirements of the province to have an accessibility plan, although one of the projects before you is a more robust plan. But the point was we did pull that committee together and we did meet the requirements of the province on that particular piece as well. Business continuity planning is on track to be finished. Cybersecurity, IT's done some really great work in that in 2023, keeping us more secure. Public inquiries ticketing system, again, this is upping our game with how we respond to public requests for services or complaints. A lot of great work going on, but it'll probably be delivered in Q1 2024. We saw the SCADA and GIS. I hate acronyms for the public. SCADA. There you go. I always have someone smarter than me in the audience so they can explain that acronym. And then we have the Geographic Information System upgrade and development. So we'll see that completed. And then the development toolkit. It will be completed, I think, in 2023, but we anticipate presenting it in 2024. So lots of great work done in the past year. Does council have any questions on this, or I'll just... Wow.
So I'm assuming the development toolkit, that was the grant, just to the chair to Mr. Sales, that we received a couple years ago, roughly $200,000 to update the town's development processes.
Through the chair to Councillor Harrison, that is correct.
I guess my question is, does any of this impact the development toolkit, the new legislation?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Skipsey. Yes, there will be some elements of the toolkit that we're looking to update, and to the extent that we can, we will, but there are some things that are slightly out of alignment with the new provincial system. So we're working on it, and that's one of the possible risks that will push it into early 2024. Thank you.
Councillor Van der Valk.
I had that same question.
Thank you.
Actually. Thanks.
Back to you, Ms. Rella.
Thank you very much, Council. Great questions. So the next section on good governance. Okay. All right, you guys are doing great. Thank you. So these were approved in 2023 and planned for 2024. So we're seeing a phased approach to the committee and commission review that has been underway in 2023 with the focus on the Public Safety Committee and the Airport Users Committee. Phase 2 will continue in 2024, and we'll come back to council to confirm what we anticipate you'd like to focus on. We'll confirm that with you before we move into that second phase. Collaboration with Qualicum First Nation. This was actually a placeholder for council's discretionary decision-making throughout the year. So we will see that budget carried forward into 2024. And the town's website redesign, lots of great research, foundational pieces were achieved in 2023 with an RFP going out for someone to help us with that project, and then that work will continue in 2024. I wouldn't be surprised to see it extended to 2025, but we would update council when we knew more. So we'll consider that on track for now. Any questions on these projects?
Yeah, so the two things that we got going in the previous term for QFN and Saman were updating the town crest just for the TP, and then also a few street names. And I know we've got a staff report which mentioned something along those lines for the latter. I was wondering for the former, do we have any updates? Because I remember last time I visited the reserve, there was a bit of discussion. Oh yeah, I'll remind so-and-so that they need to get on that. So I'm just wondering where we're at with that.
Thank you, Your Worship. So that is the gifting of that image will be coming from our Qualicum First Nation. So we can circle back, the mayor can circle back with Chief Ricalma to see if there is an update. And we eagerly await that gifting. So,
yeah, they're going through quite an impressive process where their language will be officially acknowledged, I believe, 17th of this month. And so we were going to have a plaque at Satlam Park identifying the connection between the First Nations and that land in their language. Also in English, but in their language. But their language isn't quite complete, if I can use that term, so it's going to take a while. And that's when the chair of the St. Andrews Lodge Historical and Cultural Society met with the chief. That sounded like a very important event, and that's where the focus is right now. So when that's ready, we'll be more involved with other things, but that's the focus at the moment. As Councillor Harris indicated, we also would like some of the street names with trees to have like a bilingual, where their language will be at the top, and then so nobody has to change their address. If you live on Maple Street, you still live on Maple Street, but it have their language on the top of that street sign. So they're working through a number of things, including some of their own economic development projects. So their timeline is not our timeline. Thank you.
All right, we'll move to the next slide. I hope the public's able to follow along with that colored table. Again, we'll welcome any feedback if you experience any challenges with this process. We want to keep making it better every year, so please let us know how you're doing. These were approved in 2023 and planned for 2025. And again, they're not quite perfect. I think I would move some of these tables around. Records management, we've actually changed the focus of this a bit. When we first started talking about it, it was going to be about moving to digital. We are a very paper-based organization, and we do follow the LGMA records management process. And we really want to make sure we have the foundational pieces in place of this. So there's really some great analysis. I went through this process in Oak Bay. It was a 2-year process. It's a huge piece of work that affects all departments. So originally we'd wanted to start work in 2023, and we definitely made some progress. And now we'd like to move it from 2024 to 2025. I'll just go through this slide and then I'll pause for council if that's okay, Allison. The encroachment policy review, originally planned for 2024. We'd like to see that moved to 2027. The development cost charge reductions, it was planned for 2025. We'd now recommend moving that to 2028. Some of the provincial pieces may affect this, I'm not sure. And then we have the commercial center delivery hours council wanted us to look at, and we had planned that for 2026. We'd like to defer that to 2028. Again, managing staff time, looking at the risk associated with this, all those juggling pieces, those recommendations are on the right in response to the provincial housing announcement.
Thank you. Yesterday, the ministry staff came out with a number of comments about this new bylaw. There's several bylaws, 3 bylaws, I think, 44, 46, 47. Those are laws, not bylaws, but laws. And indicating that there would be another category for amenity contributions, including for fire halls, which we've never had before. So I think it was AAC, I'm not sure it is amenity contribution, but there's another A in there, additional amenity contributions. So that's probably need to update that title, but that could be quite significant, where we're going to have more higher density development, but there's also a tool to collect the money for the additional requirements for services. The other day, there was the mayor of Langley was being interviewed, and he said, the way we're going now, without this new legislation, just in one area, we need 3 more elementary schools. We need a new high school. You know, there's all kinds of implications that come out of this edict that says you have to develop according to these standards now. But there are tools to collect some money, so the cost isn't necessarily borne completely by the current residents. Thank you. Councilor Vandervoort.
I just have a question regarding the commercial center delivery hours. So it's, I would like to understand better how we are going to be fitting in with, if we're being asked to have increased density, particularly we're looking at the village neighborhood. And this specifically affects the village neighborhood, then I don't know if leaving it till 2028 is really satisfactory to my mind. Like, is there a way that we can mesh some of these things together because they're affecting more than one thing? So not quite, but it's a rather rambling question, but hopefully you get the idea.
Okay, I think it's probably a question for both planning and finance, so go ahead, Mr. Steels.
I'll start off, and I think a similar answer might be given several times today, but this is the first time. And so, as Allison mentioned earlier, there's many things that we don't know yet about what's going to be required coming out of the housing initiative. And so you'll see in the strategic plan that many things have been pushed off, and that's really to create elbow room for the town in terms of both staffing and financial allocations. But that's just creating elbow room. We don't know exactly how much we'll need. And so as we know more, we will try to advance initiatives where they fit and where they make sense, because there's going to be some overlap between what the province requires and what council has forecasted as something that we want to do in outer years. So if there's alignment, we will be looking for a way to integrate that. So this is one example, the commercial center. Earlier we mentioned DCCs, community amenity contributions. They all very well may relate to the provincial initiatives, so we can bring it forward and bundle it together in some other sort of changes. But we're also cautious in terms of not overcommitting because of all the uncertainties at this point. So for now, elbow room in staffing and finances, and then we will advance as opportunities present themselves. Thank you.
Yes.
Luke, is it also fair to say that you don't want to do work and then have to redo it because of the outcomes of the provincial housing announcements?
Absolutely, Allison. Thank you.
Yeah, what I saw yesterday, I'll get to council. What I noticed yesterday from other questions that communities have raised is that they don't have the answers. There's a lot of regulations that aren't clear, a lot of policies that still need to come. And so we're taking a shot in the dark as to what that might look like. And, well, we'll have them by this winter. Well, winter is still March 21st. So to put these timelines on us and no timelines on the province's side is really unfair, in my opinion. They expect us to be ready, but they don't know when they're going to have the rules for us to comply with. And we need to somehow think what they're maybe dealing with for us to comply. This is really a game changer for us, and you accepted the challenge, and you're very brave, but there's a ton of work. And listening to senior staff not giving clear answers about timelines and what the regulation is going to look like, I think is really unfair. And I know there's an election coming, and they probably want to have all this done before the election, but it's not fair to local governments to have to rush, hurry up and wait because we don't know what we're going to be dealing with. So we're doing our best. And you're right, creating some elbow room, I think, is a good way to put it. Thank you. Councillor Harrison, then Councillor Van der Valk.
And just for some clarity too, the commercial center delivery hours, and Mr. Sales can correct me if I'm wrong, stems from how Naked Naturals, when their rezoning was approved, there was a time window where deliveries were not allowed. However, at present, they're the only commercial entity which has such a restriction. And so to be fair to Naked Naturals, you want to make sure that it's either consistent across the town, or perhaps it turns out that that's something that isn't able to be supported by our small business community. It's not really fair to pick on one business and not look at others, or at least similar businesses. So just because I know when I first read that, I had a little bit of a question mark in my head, and that's what it's really about. But DCCs to CACs, yeah, there was the new amenity contribution. The provincial government under John Horgan put out a document saying they want to move away from negotiated CACs, and that's what our policy currently is. So there's a chance we might have to look at that anyways. But the only question I really have for DCCs is I do think that would be something we might want to look at updating, but is there a legislated timeline under the existing legislation where you have to update your DCCs by a certain number of years? Because I think we're currently about 10 years out, is it? Or more than 10, I think?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. I'm not aware of any legislated timelines for the DCC updates, and it has been since 2006, since the last time the town updated them.
Yeah, I think what the standard was that after you complete the OCP and you kind of know where development is going to occur and what kind of infrastructure you need, then you can assess the DCCs of how new growth pays for those additional services or infrastructure. Councillor Van der Valk and then Councillor Skipsey. Did you have a list? Okay. Councillor Van der Valk.
I just was wondering when Mr. Sales was referring to elbow room. So if there is something that needs to be looked, we're saying we're going to put this off until 2028, but it does need to be or could be integrated into another part. What is the mechanism for doing that? How can we bring it forward? If it's not part of our strategic plan, then how would we bring that forward?
I will lean on Luke for this as well, but I think part of it is it something that's prescribed by the province, or is it something that council wants to do over and above? Because I would consider those pieces of work in two different pots, if you will. So maybe the director could support me in that.
Maybe if I can just add too, because you're in this real time of uncertainty, in my view, if you as you have done this year, come back each year to review your strategic plan. It's not like you have taken this work out of the strategic plan, you've shifted the timing of it. And either your staff can just bring it forward to council directly throughout the year, or you can adjust these timelines next year when you come back. And I hope by the end of 2024, we'll have a better idea of the impact of these the housing legislation. So you'll maybe be in a better position to more accurately set some timelines. Sorry, so Luke?
I have nothing further to add. Like what you said and what Ms. Varela said are bang on. Absolutely. Thank you.
So if I might, so just so I'm clear on it, then if it was decided, and it's not, there are some other places in the strategic initiatives where I think the same question could be asked, as Mr. Sales alluded to. My question is, if it's apparent that an item can fit in with what's going on around the housing initiative, then how do we do that most effectively? Like, do we have to wait until the next strategic planning session, or does Mr. Sales say, I think this will fit in? And I'm just want to be clear on that mechanism, so we're not limited by we have to do it only in the strategic planning process.
Yeah, my suggestion is, and I deferred to Lou and to Luke on this, but I would suggest, say there's one of these pieces around DCCs or community amenity contributions or the new contributions, that if it makes sense to coordinate that work with other work that's going on and you can resource it appropriately, then I just suggest that your staff bring it forward. Does that make sense to you, Lou and Luke?
Yeah, absolutely. I think council makes decisions throughout the year outside of strategic planning, and I think you have a staff group that if an opportunity came up for a grant or just a surprise, so we have more capacity than we thought, we would absolutely take advantage, come back, seek council direction as required. So deferring these now does not lock them into that time frame forever. It just gives your staff direction for what we're focusing on for 2024, which is responding to the provincial housing announcement. The province could very well require us to take on a piece of one of these projects. We just don't know yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think my item was the DCCs, and it's actually been something that's been on my radar since the election of 2014, when it was one of the election issues. And I think there's kind of two things at play. There's kind of a short-term reverse a decision that was made in 2012, and then there's a long-term, let's get into it and really take a good look at everything and reevaluate all of the DCCs. So I don't know if there's an opportunity to perhaps advance part of it, if not go through the whole $45,000 budget consultation piece.
Yeah, what Councillor Skipsey is talking about, to encourage development in typically what we now call East Village, Second Avenue, we waive the DCCs. Is that still necessary? That's the question. Do we reverse that now? Because obviously there's been development and it's exciting for some that we see this happening. But there is also another big piece that I don't think we need to waive DCCs. So that's what Councillor Skipsey's talking about. Do we have to wait until the later years, or can we just change the bylaw and say we're reversing the decision basically from 2012? Does that take a huge amount of time or cost to make that happen?
So yeah, it's the DCC reduction bylaw you and Councillor Skipsey are referring to, and you know, rescinding that bylaw is a relatively simple process, you know, but I think we need time to look at the provincial requirements around DCCs and just spend a minute. But I think I feel like the point is well taken, that if an opportunity comes up that we can bring that forward independently, you know, we're listening, and I think we will discuss that. I think I'd rather not answer on the fly in terms of commitments and saying, oh yes, we can do that, but certainly rescinding a bylaw is more simple than amending the entire DCC bylaw.
Right, and I think that's what we're looking for, just rescinding that bylaw and then look at the bigger picture at another time.
Is there a way we can identify those two things separately in the strategic plan? Or at least have a staff report coming forward on this one piece of your DCCs?
That could be possible. I think we could, I don't know if we can get there between the 10th and the 15th, so it may have to be a separate item. I think there's also some links to capital project planning and things like that. So it's DCCs are very complicated. So staff could take that offline and talk possibilities.
So we're not talking about reviewing the DCC bylaw, just rescinding the one we imposed or put in place in 2012. That's really what we're talking about. Councillor Harrison.
And that is precisely why, if we'd been able to allocate the JETI grant for downtown revitalization, it would have done very well to actually say what's an effective policy that both doesn't prohibit redevelopment and revitalization of our downtown or the East Village, while at the same time making sure we're not giving away too much. Because I think some citizens are concerned with a recent project in the East Village that we gave away too much for DCCs. There's a fair argument there. But that's also too, I think, if we're going to take a more nuanced approach, that's going to take several years, because DCCs have to link into the necessary infrastructure, and the necessary infrastructure we're not sure yet. So we basically have to do a couple years of planning for necessary infrastructure, and then you can do your DCCs. But to start doing DCCs now would be, frankly speaking, wasted work. So it's very proper to move this further back. But yeah, I just want to highlight that I think there's a broader conversation of downtown revitalization. There's a few buildings on Second that are a little bit long in the tooth. Nothing wrong with them a priori, but they're getting older. And so looking at how do we make sure we have an effective policy for allowing redevelopment to occur without giving away too much, not making it too hard. That's something which is very difficult, because it usually involves, I'm thinking of the city of Nanaimo. They had a hotel where they gave 10 years free taxes. And I'm thinking, if I'm a citizen and I don't know the background of that decision, I might arch my eyebrow a bit when I hear 10 years free taxes and I'm not getting 10 years free taxes. I'm not, by the way. So yeah, I just want to highlight that this is a very, very complicated subject. It's not a bad idea to look at that, but my 2 cents to get ahead of that issue would be, we'd want to think about maybe retaining for purpose-built rental, but maybe not for condos. And that might be a middle of the ground thing. Anyways, time to move on.
Ms. Farrell, I think it's back to you.
We're good? We'll move to the next one.
I just wanted to get a sense if council was comfortable with those timelines adjustments as proposed.
From my perspective, no, I'm not. Not regarding the reverse of the bylaw we did in 2012. I'm not talking about putting back the entire picture, but that particular piece of legislation that the town put in place in 2012, we would like that reversed. At least Councillor Skipsey and I do, and I'd like to have a council discussion about that when it comes forward. But that, in my opinion, is a separate issue compared to looking at amenity contributions that the province is talking about in our own DCC bylaw.
Yeah, so we could flag that, that one piece, and I have, as an item that you would like to revisit. So broadly, though, are you comfortable with the timelines as laid out?
The only thing for me would be the commercial center delivery hours, because we do have now one property with a limitation, no other property, and that might be something where if it gets flagged by the proponent, like staff would update this, but if it became a stumbling block, I'm sure we'd get a verbal, whether public or in camera, whatever it would be as appropriate. But I think also too for the, what the mayor is speaking to, while I maybe would have a slightly different view, but sort of the same, would it be something then if we can't be done through strategic planning process now, at least a verbal update? Maybe at the next council meeting would be December 6th, that might be a bit more time. And then we could get a verbal update, you're allowed to do this, and so if you want to do it, we could put it in a certain time. I think that might be something, just because I think Ms. Varela referred to like a 5-day turnaround, and I think there's going to be a little bit of due diligence staff are going to want to do to make sure they're on the right of things. So maybe just, I don't know if we do motions here or just informal conversation of maybe a verbal update in the next regular meeting, and that might be appropriate.
What we can do is we can make recommendations to council. So we can pass a motion that says we may recommend to council to deal with something. The question regarding commercial delivery, was that agreed to, or was there a conversation between the owners of Naked Naturals to comply or work with the neighborhood about delivery hours?
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. As Councilor Harrison indicated, at the time that the property was rezoned, there was concern from the neighborhood about early morning delivery hours. At that time, the proponent said that their current schedule is such that they probably wouldn't be taking early morning deliveries, so he wasn't concerned in the immediate term. However, in the long term, he was concerned that A, he would be the only, that property would be the only one affected by a limitation, and B, that in the long term, maybe they would need to take some early deliveries if they, if they expanded or changed operations. So I don't believe that there's short-term concerns, but longer-term concerns potentially.
Councilor Van der Valk?
Yeah, I guess I have a different understanding of this. What I heard from a lot of people was that there are other businesses that have deliveries at 3 and 4 in the morning, such as Dolly's Home Hardware and QF, that affects neighbors, and not necessarily just the ones that are close by. So I don't think it's limited to Naked Naturals in terms of our discussion about this. I think it's other deliveries as well, and should there be noise bylaws. And I guess my understanding is more it's about noise bylaws.
Thank you. Well, it says, we're going to be dealing with that by 2026, 28, and I think what we're doing would be applicable to the entire commercial core. Please proceed.
So I think just in terms of process here, what I'd like to suggest is that we flag these items. In this case, it would be the DCC bylaw trying to separate out the 2012 bylaw, and ask staff to consider how that could be addressed. And then also asking the staff to reconsider the delivery hours piece and see if that could be advanced. So Lou, is that a process that you can live with?
Yeah, I think that'll work well. I have confirmed with Luke that he could make a December 6th update on the DCC piece, because I think what's on the screen is a different scope than what council is concerned with. So if we can deal with the other piece outside of strategic planning through a staff report, that would be helpful. And then we can put our heads together on the commercial center delivery hours and see what we could do. Again, it was always planned for 2026. So it wasn't something that was going to happen in 2024 anyway, as per council's direction last year.
That's true, but as we indicated, we can change things, and if reversing the bylaw is not a big deal, then we should do that. There's two issues on this sheet that came up over the last year and prior to during the election. And that is, we don't want to create hurdles for the Naked Natural store to start getting built. It's been a while since they bought the property for a lot of money, and so we would like to see that happen. So not unduly hold them up, and also with this other thing about the DCC bylaw that was changed in 2012. So if those two items can be addressed, so we're sending a clear message to both the public and the owners of Naked Naturals, but not throwing any more hurdles in their way. And we're going to address the issue that many people felt was not necessary anymore. Thank you.
Okay, so what we would propose to bring this back maybe next week for reconsideration on the 15th? These two? Yeah, okay. All right, to the next item in good governance. The last item, I think, in good governance, right? Yes. No, not quite.
One more slide on good governance. So these are new initiatives. I would say Airport Master Plan, I don't know specifically if it was championed by council, but it was the next rational step to the airport consultation plan that you've engaged in this year. So you will be receiving a report on December 6th. That project is proposed for 2024. It's not being adjusted because of the provincial housing announcement, and we believe this is doable with the use of consultants and our airport manager. So we can always walk back to these. I'll just go through the three on the slide. Comprehensive policy review. Again, this is one that's recommended by staff. We have a lot of policies. I think it's been a long time since the policy review was actually done thoroughly. And there's a lot of risk if you have outdated policies or practice doesn't follow policy. And I think there's a really great opportunity here to split the policies that council would endorse and the ones that are more administrative. Currently, council endorses every one of them, which might not be, so if administration put forward a cell phone use policy for its staff, probably isn't a governance piece, but right now policies come before council. So best practices are we actually differentiate between administrative and governance policies, and we would move those forward in batches for you. I think there was an attempt to do a policy review, but it happened one policy at a time, and I think the process got bogged down and then when it was eventually abandoned. So I do see this one as important and potentially presenting risk if we didn't attend to this. And then we had the visual identity refresh. Again, this would be far-reaching potentially. We do have our communications consultant. It would be with the support of corporate services, and we would look at that occurring through 24, 25, and 26. And there are initiative sheets for each of these that are numbered in the tab following for council and in the package behind for the public. So the sheet numbers are 1, 2, and 3 for this slide.
Any questions to council or any concerns about this?
Okay, so I guess there's these ones. I do have a couple of comments. The airport master plan probably wouldn't have been my first priority. We did do an airport business plan. I think we did an airport land use plan. And so I think perhaps maybe revisiting some of those plans would be maybe a first step, and if those plans could be made available to all of council so that we could at least see what is already in place. I definitely supported the consultation piece around and learning more about governance structure, where the decision-making opportunities are. But when it comes to looking at land use and I can't remember exactly the terms that were in the scoping sheet, but it just isn't a priority for me. I do know that we've applied for a grant, so I guess I could be my arm could be twisted to allow it to go forward, but that's my comments on that one. The visual identity refresh, again, I think that's a nice to have. $50,000 each year for 3 years. I'd rather spend the money on some of the other priorities, so that one is not, to me, a priority.
We'll just go through, this council have their hand up, and if somebody wants to make a recommendation in the form of a motion to recommend to council, we can take those. Councilor Harrison.
That's okay. So yeah, the airport master plan, I think one of the problems certainly in the previous term, when we had the land use plan, it was developed under one government and then was presented under a different government. And there's a policy which says, here's your process if the land use you're proposing is not strictly airport. And then the new government said, yeah, so just forget about that whole process. We actually aren't interested if the land is an airport use. We're not actually going to give you anything. So that's part of the reason why we didn't really do much with that, because a lot of the work that had been done was based on essentially a more flexible regime, let's say. When the consultant met with provincial government staffers and said, okay, what can we do, what can't we do? And then they developed a whole land use plan, and then basically a new government comes in and says, actually, no. So I think to some extent some of those older plans might not be as applicable. But I do understand where Councillor Skipsey's coming from, that I think in terms of bottlenecks in our community, I'm not sure the operation of the airport is really a bottleneck for the community at this point. But I mean, I'm fine either way. I think there's a lot of momentum already with the work through the consultation that makes logical. You do the consultation, you come up with a public document, and then that sort of puts a bow on that. The real question I had, though, was on the comprehensive policy review. I do remember when we start discussing service levels, the conversation slows down a lot. And we have a lot of policies. So I'm just wondering, to what extent will we be discussing service levels in the context of that, or is it just sort of updating the language, refreshing things, and making sure we're not referring to horse-drawn carriages on roads and things like that, where you have some antiquated policies?
I like horse-drawn carriages. Ms. Villa.
I've actually seen some policies that refer to things like that. So again, it would be digging in and identifying the ones that presented risk first. So there really is a robust analysis that have to go on. Version control, again, these will date, some of these are going to date back decades. So we would hope council would deal with them in batches. We'll probably ask you to rescind some because they are councils, and we'll make recommendations accordingly. But it will require the support of a consultant. It's a huge piece of work. So.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And just to follow up too, yeah, I think with the provincial housing announcement, I think there might be a change of scoping that's happening internally with some of that. Because I think a lot of them, we were looking forward to robust service level discussions, but there's a huge amount of work that goes into any service level discussion. And so I think some of that might have to be cut back a bit necessarily. And yeah, that's all the comments I had.
Thank you. Councillor Van der Voort?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how I feel about the airport master plan. I guess one of my concerns is that the town is paying for everything, but other outlying areas use it as well. So I'm wondering if the airport master plan would discuss some of that, or at least look at the possibility of regional involvement as opposed to the town paying for everything that's going along with the plan.
Thank you. I'm going to ask staff to switch seats. Poor Oliver got the short straw, and he is what we fondly refer to as the jump seat, and we'll have the airport manager step in there. Thank you.
Thank you. So what an airport master plan would do, it would establish framework for decision-making for council. So for an example, land use planning, operational infrastructure improvements, asset management, things like that. And yes, it is possible that throughout that, sorry, what was the question again?
My feeling is that the airport is more a regional airport, but the town of Qualicum Beach is paying for everything. So is there a possibility of involving other communities and getting some funding since we're paying for everything?
So yes, that is possible. That discussion could be had through this process, through the master plan. But again, that's discussion with council, and council, of course, would have to make that decision, but it is possible.
Councillor Skipsey, do you have your hand up? Okay, Councillor Harrison.
Just the only thing I'd caution with that is that if we want the RDN to pay, the RDN will probably want to have some involvement in operations as a result as well. And that might not be to our benefit. So absolutely, it's fair to expect support, but we might also want to consider if there are strings with that support as well.
Thank you. And what Councillor Harrison mentioned earlier, when we had the previous government under Christy Clark, I guess it was, we had a meeting with the minister at the time, Mr. Fassbender, and it looked like there were far more opportunities as far as the land use of the airport lands, not outside the airport land, but the actual airport lands, for some compensation if we wanted something else that wasn't airline related or airport related. And then, as Councillor Harrison said aptly, when the new government came in and basically said no. We even lost, in my opinion, some opportunities to work with airline-related business, and we lost that too. So it was a real turnaround, and we don't want to go through a whole exercise and basically wasting our time. There's going to be an election again this next year. What does that government want to do with this? So I think we have to be careful about land use, more as a governance structure, and if we can somehow involve the other areas as a fee-for-service, where we share our airport, because I know many users are from Parksville and the surrounding areas. I know former mayors of Parksville have said that people come to this area because they can fly in, but they stay at Tanamara or they go to other golf courses. So I think it's a good discussion, but it's unlikely that the other electoral area directors or municipal directors will say, we never had to pay for it before, why would we start now? So there has to be a real reason, and there may be some opportunity where we can say, yes, we can involve you to a degree, but there's also some cost sharing. And we have done several things at the airport, like the search and rescue. The town provided the land at no cost to the town, to the airspace service, or the rest of the communities. There's other facilities that the town completely pays for, both at the airport and other parts. It's hard to get other areas to pay if they never had to before. So it's going to be a complicated conversation to try and bring some fairness to this, what we consider shared resources. Go ahead.
So what I'd like to suggest, just in terms of process now, is we go through these three items one by one and ask council to give us some direction about whether you want to remove them or alter the date. So the airport master plan, it's proposed for 2024. Does council want to remove that as a priority altogether? Or would you like to suggest that the date proposed be changed?
I'm okay with this because we did apply for a grant. So if there is funding for planning, then I think we should proceed with that. Councillor, Ms. Van der Valk? Sorry, Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not 100% sure council gave direction to apply to that grant. I actually think you told me to go away and check the submission deadline. So I would have to confirm that.
Okay.
I just want to confirm. I don't think you were comfortable proceeding with the grant submission while you were still debating about the airport master plan. Kevin, do you know the date of the deadline for that submission?
Yes, I believe it's December the 22nd.
Okay, so after the December 6th meeting, so I think that was the discussion at the table. You wanted to have a chance to have this discussion today before you authorize submitting. Okay,
we'll leave it until then on that issue. Anything else on the airport plan?
I'm fine leaving it as is primarily, thank you very much, Your Worship. Principally because I think this is about governance of the airport, and we've had to do a lot of updating in the last couple of years on that particular piece. And there are very strict rules for the operator of an airport. And we just want to make sure that we're we have a document we can point to that if anything happens, yep, we were following the rules, we have a plan, it's all laid out, we did everything right. So I do think just because, and forgive me if I'm wrong, I think there's consequences potentially for staff too if things go really off the rails. So we really want to make sure we get that correct. They're quite serious in nature. So no, I'm fine with this as is, just because I think it's something that we ought to have if we're going to operate an airport essentially as a municipality.
Can we hear from the rest of council?
Well, certainly. Oh, yeah, no, if somebody wants to make a motion to recommend to council to change something, you can make the motion and we can decide one way or the other.
Just in terms of process, it would be, if it comes to that, great. If we can come to consensus, that would make it easier. But if we have to have a motion, we'll do that.
I guess what I thought was that the consultation piece that we've been undertaking now would answer some of those governance issues. My understanding was that it was more around land use planning, economic opportunities, and infrastructure. Those were the words that were used to describe what it would be about. And I'm just not sure that that's a top priority for me at this point.
So would you then advocate either removing it altogether or pushing it out?
No, I think it should stay, but I could live with pushing it out if there's other priorities.
Okay, right. Councillor Vanderwaal?
Yeah, I think I would be comfortable pushing it out as well. And discussions about changing in government, we might be affected by that. So if we pushed it by a year or so, I'm fine with that.
Councillor Young?
I made notes that the plan should maybe be for 2025. I think from the airport public surveys, the main concerns right now is the noise and the fuel. And so that's two specific topics. So I'd rather concentrate on dealing with that than to have this whole master plan at the moment. And it's
So if I could just ask staff, so that if you miss this deadline, say it was pushed out to 2025, if you miss this deadline, would there be future opportunities to apply for grants for this?
I'm not sure about this particular funding stream. I'm not sure if the airport manager is aware.
From what I'm aware, this is one funding stream. The deadline for intake is December the 22nd. So at this point in time, we're not aware of any future funding for a grant such as this. The grant is a $35,000 grant that's available for airports of our size. And we're proposing in the budget, the cost of this project is $75,000 for consultation and staff charges. So.
So this maybe calls for a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. I agree that the two issues that we heard most about during the two meetings was about leaded fuel and the noise of helicopter training and how we can control that. And our staff did a yeoman's job on having these two events, one in the 10 o'clock and one at 6 o'clock, so people could go either one, and some attended both. But that was the general feeling. I had never heard anybody say we don't want the airport. There's just some effects of the airport that they think we should address. And I'm not sure how this, if we had an airport plan, would deal with those two issues. Would that be part of the airport plan to deal with fuel and noise and helicopter training?
It's possible. I mean, those are governance decisions that council would have to make. But again, master plan supports and provides the framework necessary for council decision making, which would ultimately make up part of your 5-year financial plan.
Yeah, and we just finished an extensive consultation with surveys, lots of input. So I would be happy to, if that time comes for us to make a decision to apply for a grant, that comes to a council meeting on December 6th, with a request for council to endorse the grant application. And at that point, we can say we want to proceed or we don't. So my recommendation would be that it would be on the December 6th agenda for staff to recommend, if that's what happens, to apply for this grant. That will clarify where we stand on this. If the council can agree with
Is the
that.
rest of council comfortable with that?
Yep.
So you would this will give you time to think about it?
Yep.
And you can come back and make a decision on December 6th.
Well,
Lou,
that-
do you want to offer your?
If I might finish,
Yep.
because that would mean we'd get a report, what that plan entails. Right now, we're kind of thinking about the whole strategic plan. There's lots of issues with the seismic change that the province put on us. So having a report on December 6th about what this grant would do and what it involves, I think would be the right time to make that decision. Not at this point. I think we need to leave that with staff. Thank you.
You do have the scoping sheet,
Yep.
right?
Yeah. Councillor Young?
In the beginning, we said we'd do the yays and nays, and I'd like to do the yays and nays on this and say, okay, yeah, we'll do this, but then at the end of the day, we'll look at what we have on cost, and then we can go back, like, then do we want to spend that $35,000 and then also receive the grant to do this, or do we want to take that $35,000 that isn't covered for this master plan to put it on something that we might prefer to do more?
Actually, that is actually 75,000. The grant would just cover part of it. Ms. Ferrer.
So I think we have the report coming forward for your airport consultation plan. So any of those questions that you've been asking, we hope there's answers there, or you would see if they weren't contained in that report, if it would be more appropriate in an airport master plan. So I think that'll help with your decision making on December 6th. And then you could subsequently decide if you based on that discussion, if you wanted to advance the airport master plan, you could provide staff direction to apply for the grant, or alternatively, you could provide direction to remove the airport master plan from your strategic planning, or perhaps, more cautiously, just push it out a year or two.
I think that sounds entirely reasonable, Council.
That sounds, I think there's agreement on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so reconsider December 6th. Anything else on this page that you would like to change or remove?
Well, I'm not sure exactly visual identity refresh. What is the date for 25, 26? Okay. Councillor Skipsey?
Well, I think whether we go, I had some questions about this, whether we go ahead with this, then does that negate the need to have our crest updated if we're going to do away with our crest? And, I'm not sure what this really entails.
Yeah, and maybe we gave short shrift to Heather on this one. Yeah.
Could I just interject? So it would never be a matter of doing away with the crest. The crest would always remain. It's just how it was used. So there would be policy development. And then if Ms. Svensson could speak to the sheet as a whole.
Ms. Svensson?
Thank you. So part of the visual identity refresh would be to look at all of our town assets now to see what items have the town crest and what items can, as Ms. Farrell alluded to, we would be keeping those, but changing things like we've started to do, as you see on our slides, where we're getting things to be consistent in our practice. So the wave on all of our presentations, on our town tidings. So it's looking at the assets and seeing what items would be changed and then working. So it's not, we don't want to use the word branding because it's not branding, it's just refreshing the organization. So that would be the start of it. We would also look at decals on vehicles, the digital assets, things that we have. The start of it would be when we're redoing our website. So that would be the main one where the items would change. So working with our consultant and tying it with the website. So it would be sort of a phased approach. Three years is what we're looking at.
I was hoping we'd paint the town hall. The outside looks pretty shabby. The paint is fading, and compared to the building next door, which was built at the same time, they did paint the boards, and it stands out. So we need to do something about that. That's what I was hoping a refresh would mean as well. Councillor van der Voort?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, when you have will allow for a consistent look and feel across all town assets, physical and digital, So physical is anywhere that we have the current crest, is that?
Well, as I mentioned, one example is the vehicles. So whether we want to change that visual identity on our vehicles, the crest is stamped on some of our garbage receptacles, like it's in the concrete. We may not change those because that's an expensive cost, but just getting consistent across the organization. So the first step is to see what assets do we have that have the logo on it, and what assets do we have that just, even as you come into town, the signage, the font that's on the Welcome to Town of Qualicum Beach, that's not consistent throughout the town. So what things can we do economically to have that more modernized look throughout the organization?
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Harrison, Councillor Skipsey.
Yeah, and when this was first discussed, the idea, Mayor Westgate, correct me if I'm wrong, was just that it'd be phased in over time. So things like business cards, letterhead on stationery, all those things. You basically use what you have already, and then as you need to replace it, you phase in the new look that we were going to have. But I also think too that I think we're getting hung up on the crest, and I think this is a bit bigger than that.
Yeah.
So I think it would also be how much do we have on our vehicles? Do we have, you know, a leader in clean air on some of our zero emission vehicles? Do we keep that or not? Because as it becomes standardized and every community has zero emission vehicles, then, well, so I do think that it's not a bad thing to do. And also, as we're going to essentially relaunch our website, and you want to have a consistent visual identity through all the things we're doing, it's not a bad idea. Whether or not it's the most crucial priority, I think, is a fair conversation. But it is a good thing to do, and there is some sense to, I believe we've already approved the funding for the website refresh. So that's happening, is ongoing. So it makes sense to make sure the visual sort of identity is in line. So we don't update the back end of the website and then we'll eventually make it look nice, trust us. Or hope that the website has been developed the right way. So I do see the overlap. But I also too, if other members of council felt this should be pushed back a year or two, I'd understand that too.
So if I could just help you focus on a couple of decisions here. Are you, on this particular item, do you want to go with the proposed 2024 or do you want to push it out a year? So if we could just try to focus on a decision
Gotcha.
around that.
Councillor Skipsey.
Yeah, I would prefer to push it out a year at least. If we had pockets full of money, I would be all over this, but we don't. And I think we're going to have to make some hard choices. And so this would be one of the ones that I would push off.
If you want to get to the point, if anybody else has a different opinion, by consent, we can move it off.
Move it to 2025?
Does that sound reasonable for people? Councillor Young and then Councillor Harrison.
I'm in agreement with Councillor Skipsey, but this is something that is extra money that doesn't seem to be urgent. It's kind of like a cosmetic thing. And then, also the other proposal, the comprehensive policy.
Can we get to that? Can we just focus on this one?
Okay.
And resolve this, and then we'll go back to that one?
Okay.
Thanks,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
So I agree with pushing it back to 25 as well. Councillor Harrison.
The only point I'd make on this is we might want to, it sounds like there's 2 or 3 or 4 different things that all get looped together into this overall thing of the refresh, especially given the fact it basically occurs over 3 years. So just the one thing I might think, just through the chair to staff, as we're doing the website already, would there be then any benefit to having some of the funding to make sure we have appropriate branding for the website? And then if the rest of the components want to be pushed back a year, we can do that. My concern is just that we don't sort of create a new website and then we have to recreate the visual look of the website a year after it launches. That's just sort of where I'm thinking right now.
Okay, I get the feeling it's not a huge rush item. We got other things, but that was a fair question. So who can I direct that to? Ms. Svensson?
Yes, thank you. So it was intended for the first year to, out of the funding, to hire a graphic designer to work on the design, which would be included on the website. So it may be that we could go back to the consultant, our consultant, and just see if a smaller portion, like not do the full asset identity or the asset calculation to see what we need, but to just focus on what portion of this 50,000 for the first year could be allocated just to use for the website.
Okay, that seems like a reasonable compromise. So everybody okay with that? That's good. Thank you. By consent.
Okay, thanks for that. So we'll push it out to 2025, except for potentially the website. If we could just go back to number 2 then, the comprehensive policy review. Again, if we can just focus on, is this something that you are persuaded is necessary and needs to proceed, or do you want to push it out?
Councillor Young.
I'd like to push it out. As a newbie, I find that our CAO is on top of our issues, and whenever there is some questions, we do consult legal advice. So I'm saying maybe no, let's push it back for now.
You can tell when I get excited, I lean closer to the mic, sorry. So thank you for that kind compliment about being on top of it. I think the reason this is on the list is because I see this as a risk. So it is something that will take up a lot of my capacity, certainly in corporate services, but I do consider it representing a risk, which is why I had to bring it before council for your consideration.
Okay, well, as when you put it that way, I think we need to follow your advice. So I wouldn't be in favor of changing that. Councillor Harrison.
And just to put more clarity on it for folks with a modest insurance background that I have, if something happens where someone was to get hurt for any reason, and we had one of our dozens and dozens of policies, I'm not sure how many policies we have, but it's a significant number. And we had a 40-year-old policy which says the town will do this always. And that didn't happen because we haven't been following the policy for 10 years. We could be with a massive liability issue. So I do think this is quite reasonable, actually.
Yeah, so that stays in accordingly. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so we will be moving on to the next section, and it's almost noon. Oh, is there one more? I'm sorry, you're right. Sorry, good. Well, we'll finish this up, and then we'll move on.
Who's going to
Lou, are you
start?
gonna go
I
through
think
this?
Ms. Relic.
I was just looking left, sorry.
Yeah, no, you go ahead.
Thank you. So the developing a cash in lieu of parking bylaw, and Luke can speak to this as well. This is sheet number 4 in your package for the public behind the green sandwich section. If you want to look at the individual sheet, number 4. And we had originally proposed this for 2025. Given what is on the planning department's plate, we're actually recommending we defer this to 2028 or beyond. And the second item before you is sheet number 5, update noxious weeds and unsightly premises bylaw. This was always proposed for 2028, so from a staff perspective, so we're not proposing to adjust it because of the housing announcement. So those 2 items are before council.
Yes, thank you. What I would add is that parking is certainly a major part of the policy manual that will be released in December. So there will undoubtedly be parking elements that are brought forward in advance of 2028. But this, as a standalone initiative to update our cash and lieu bylaw, would be pushed off. That's the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Seals.
Perfect, thanks.
Mrs. Seals. Councillor Skipsey.
Well, for me, this is a priority. The cost is $12,000 for legal advice, and in the long run, it could make us more money. So by just charging $11,000 right now, it's really not sufficient to provide the parking, the actual parking. So I think because of the cost of land has risen so much, I think this is one that really should be a priority. Also, at the council meeting the other day, we heard that there may be more requirements for people to park on street. So, this could become even more important if there's no room for parking on parcels.
Thank you. Councillor Van der Valk.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is an important item that we should do sooner rather than later. It will definitely be affected by the provincial edict, as it were. But I think it is important, and also in the scoping sheet, talks about communal parking areas and improving land use efficiency. So I think it really does tie in with if there's going to be increased density and the parking requirements of that increased density are less, then how are we going to deal with it? So, and yeah, and it is expensive. The land is expensive.
So is,
Councillor Harrison is next.
Just the point I want to make is that currently we charge for this fee when someone does less the amount of parking that they ought to. But the province in December is going to mandate how much parking we can require. So if it's significantly less and they're following the provincial regulations, which the town has to follow, which will become the town regulations, how can we charge a fee if they're meeting the regulations? So I think that's the real question here. So for me, I think this is something where we do want to see what the province rolls out. I think there's also, too, a lot more nuance. In a more suburban area, I want to see a higher amount because that's going to be a family with 2 or 3 cars. In the downtown core, when it says 1-bedroom apartment, that might be a senior who's walking around all day and might get a taxi or use a bicycle more often. So you might want to say where your parking requirements are. That's going to require a bit more work. And that's why I think we shouldn't be looking at the expense in terms of the cost. We should be looking at the staff time. And that's the real issue, I think, with this, is 75 hours of planning time. And I think over the next year, there's going to be a lot of demand on planning time. There's stuff further on, which I feel strongly should be advanced, but I know it's a planning thing. So when we get to the accessibility Whistler thing, I'm going to be arguing both sides of it because I see both sides. But I just want to highlight that, 1, we are going to have a hard time charging money when they're following all the regulations. 2, we need to see what those regulations actually are before I think we make a decision either way.
if, sorry, I'm going to try and interject so that we can carry on here. If you decide on 2025, it does give you another year to think about this, but so it's not like you're putting it into 2024, and it would give you some time to sort of figure out what the impacts of the provincial regulations are. But it would be nice if we'd get some direction on this fairly.
And we are getting to that. Councillor Skipsey.
Okay, so I think just the $12,000 is, to me, shouldn't be a barrier to getting this done. I could probably live with doing it in 2025 if that is the decision of council, given that there could be some changes that impact this, but never, I mean, it's not intended to apply when it doesn't apply. It's just when it applies, we want to make sure that we're getting enough money to actually to make it purposeful. Otherwise, it's just kind of ridiculous amount, right? So I think, and 75 hours of staff time, the last one that we dealt with, the policies was 1,000 hours. So really, it's a drop in the bucket. I don't see that as being a barrier to getting this done.
Sorry, the question is, when the new regulations come into effect, we have to comply with those. And we have to try and figure out what's fair value. So I do believe we have to delay this until we get the regulations and then put it into one package as to what it looks like for parking. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So perhaps council would consider leaving this in the year currently that was originally proposed, which is 2025, and then we can revisit after we see what 2024 brings us, because again, we wouldn't want to do work that we would have to undo. If that would be a reasonable approach, that's supportable from staff.
I see a lot of nodding, so we're good with that. And we're not nodding off, we're nodding in favor.
Not nodding off. So is 2025, everyone's comfortable with that? Okay. That is that section done then. I just want to say we've spent, sorry?
Sorry.
Oh, Noxious Weeds.
Just the
I'm sorry.
Noxious Weeds, but we are 5 minutes late for a lunch break that's really tight because we have to be back here seated, ready to do business at 12:30. So maybe we could leave that last item on the table and then we come back.
So we'll reconvene at 12:30 sharp.
So a motion to recess till 12:30. All right. Councillor Vandervalk, Councillor Skipsey, we're all in favor. So we have a recess. Thank you.
Okay, we're all here now. Yeah, I'll just note that we took longer than we had thought we might on that first section. And, you know, in my mind, this was the easy one. We will not get through this today, especially because I understand that you want to end like at 10 to 4. And we'll maybe want to leave a little bit of time for some public questions or comments. They will have to be very brief. So our goal will be, at the very least, to get through half of this today. I would hope for more, because the more you get through today, the more you'll have time to reflect on before the 15th. So to the extent it's possible, it would be great if I could ask you to focus on, you know, direction. So, you know, what needs to be changed in these tables? What dates need to be changed, or what would you like to take off the tables? So if we could really try and focus the discussion on those questions, what needs to be made different, what direction you want to give to your staff, probably the quicker we will be able to get through these again, and you'll have another kick at it on the 15th, and then again, ultimately your council meeting. So if we can try and do that and stay focused, that would be really terrific. So we have one last item in good governance, the noxious weeds piece. So Lou, did you want to speak to that?
I'll hand that over to Luke.
Yes, thank you. So I'll be brief for the sake of time. So we have had requests for the town's bylaw officer to enforce complaints about unsightly premises or noxious weeds. Those aren't entirely addressed by the town's current bylaws. So if we were going to take that approach and step in and intervene in these situations, it would require an extensive bylaw review as well as bylaw enforcement resources. Thank you.
So any change needed to the proposed 2028 or beyond time of this? Councillor Van der Waal? No? Okay, so we'll leave that as is. So if I could just sum up what I've heard, that you would like staff to bring forward, just going back to the DCC item, bring forward the 2012 bylaw, and just try to target some effort there. That there be some further consideration given to the commercial delivery hours item. The airport master plans to be reconsidered December 6th. The visual identity is pushed off to 2025, and the parking items pushed off to 2025. Is that right? Okay, we shall carry on then. Lou. To community health and well-being.
Councillor Young is just pointing out that there may be a discrepancy with the year for the noxious weeds bylaw, but we are moving on with that one planned for 2028. Again, maybe an error in the table. I'll go back and check your piles afterwards, Councillor Young.
So on our package, it says 2025.
Yeah, it's 2028 as per the slide. Just make a note on your table.
So 2028.
Thank you. And again, I apologize for any errors. It's been a big week. So community health and well-being, childcare, again, just talking about what's been achieved. The childcare consultant startup was achieved, hazard-specific guidelines templates were completed, and the healthcare property space, the town has, the lease ends in March 2024. So these are things that you assigned us in 2023 under the category of community health and well-being. Moving on, if there's no questions, these were things council approved in 2023 and they were planned for 2024. So the organizational service review, I think this actually better lives under good governance. So I'll be moving that and the employer choice to a different section. Minor note for correction. The organizational service review is ongoing. Again, right now we're focusing on a service review for parks and green space. I'm trying to bring a service level discussion back to council. This is not a product that's going to actually result in a report out to council per se. It's really a tool for me as a CAO, and as decision points arise out of it, I bring it to you and ask you for resourcing or endorsement of approach or anything like that. So I think that's useful to clarify. We will be bringing that service level discussion to you at our earliest opportunity. Employer of choice, we're moving the budget, which was in 23 and 24. We want to move that to 2024 and 25. Again, it's not because we're not being a great employer, but because there were specific initiatives that we wanted the funds allocated for that we didn't actually achieve, though the list of things that have been achieved outside of this budget, just within operational capacity, has been awesome. The OCP Quality of Life Survey, we mentioned this the other night. We would like to delay the finalization of the question set until we see the policy manual from the province on the housing. So we're saying it's not delaying us to another year, but it is slowing us down. We'd like to have that opportunity to wait, so we're not having to backtrack because the Quality of Life Survey is a big chunk of work we want to get right. Community volunteerism is a placeholder for council's decision-making. Again, it's a small pot of money that if something comes up through the year, you could consider using. You approved that in 2023, and we'll be moving that budget to 2024 for your ideas that might come up. And then we had the community park site review. Currently, this is planned for 2026, so I'm unclear as we make advancements on some of the amenities within the park, what the scope of this will eventually look like. But there's enough room between now and 2026 to bring back a discussion even as early as next year's strategic planning process. So we're not recommending deferral of timeline for that.
So any questions about those first two sections? Are you comfortable with them?
Just the very last item, the park site review for facilities. We've had a School District 69 Recreation Master Plan since 2018, as the mayor knows. We haven't seen a lot of progress. It's an RDN document, it's not a town document. We haven't seen a lot of progress on it, just to track. And we've had a lot of delays with the pool, but there were some other items which might actually interact with some of our parks. So upgrades to fields, potentially things like that, maybe a clubhouse. So as a town is doing this, is it intended for the town to be liaising with the RDN to see what sort of recreational infrastructure they're planning on for the Oceanside area? Just so that we have a plan for something and the RDN has a different plan, and then we find out they have two different plans for the exact same location, is just where I'm going.
Well, the swimming pool is a very sore spot, as you know, for me, for all of us, I think. But the elements that I think you're maybe referring to, and I'll just a long story, so I won't go in there with the pool thing. But the skateboard park and the pickleball courts potentially, and the changes of the location of the tennis court. So how does that fit in with delaying the community park site review?
My apologies, the timing of that bite of cookie was entirely off. So if council were to advance with major changes to the layout of the community park, then that really should flow from the community site review. Smaller elements like fitting in the pickleball courts or upgrading the skate park, those are refinements of what is there and not major changes. So those could occur outside of the process for the community site review.
Just to follow up, the reason why I was asking is we've been discussing informally on council for about 3 or 4 years, looking at some sort of like a change room attached to our fields. At one point, we were applying to do a turf field grant. I know I'm the only person on the council who supports that, so I'll leave that one on the side. But I think the change rooms might have more support in the future if this is something where the RDN says, okay, we're going to upgrade the fields, and then we're just looking at the planning So that's just where the thing that's been talked to the committee before. I want to make sure we don't lose that.
Just to note that that is flagged for discussion as a capital blue sky initiative, originally planned for November 5th, likely to be extended out past that.
And that's a very good point, Councillor Harrison, because from the soccer program, they were maybe 230 kids that participated. Now there's over 500, and there's not enough washrooms when they have their break in between the matches and so on. So we need to do something about that.
So that's for a future discussion. So any changes needed in these first sections, the yellow section and the green section?
I just had one question about, I had spoken with Ms. Varela at one time about a proposal from softball to put in some infrastructure that would make the bases, like the softball bases, safer. I think it was about a $5,000 cost, but then the community is willing to put money towards that. So I just don't know. I think we were going to bring it forward to strategic planning, or maybe it's an operational piece. I just wanted to clarify.
So that has been flagged for capital discussion. I wanted to understand more about the technology and stuff, but because it's actually a physical piece, we thought we'd lump that in with capital.
I just have a question about the lease on the healthcare property space expiring in 2024. I don't know, but perhaps someone else on council knows where we are with that in terms of, are we continuing, or anybody know anything about that? Is that a...
I can say that we're in negotiations with potential candidates to fill the space, but nothing's been firmed.
Sorry, and the last thing is for the organizational service review, would there be sort of like a preliminary iteration when we start going into budget? Just because part of that is looking at staffing, so when we're making staffing decisions, I'm not sure if that would be something that would loop into that.
Again, I'll see how far we get with the parks and green space review, because I think that's really what we were focusing on first. Then we'll be moving more to the other parts of operations in the subsequent year. And again, I think just in 1 year, there's been a lot of good work done with defining service levels that councils had never had the benefit of before last year's financial plan and this type of process. So we continue.
So can I conclude from that discussion then that for the yellow and the green ones in this item, you're comfortable with the timing as laid out? I see nodding heads. Okay, let's go on to the blue section.
Thank you, Allison. So the OCP Part 1, 2, 3, and 4 had been a placeholder last year that council wanted. You were talking about doing a phased review of your OCP. You hadn't really defined specifically what those parts might be. There was going to be subsequent decision-making involved. You decided to proceed with your quality of life survey as a first step. Staff are now proposing taking the budgeting for Part 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is $55,000 a year, and allocating that to the work that has to be done in response to the housing announcement, and then pushing this particular piece out from 24 through 27 to 2028 or beyond. So again, we're going to be focusing on what the province has mandated, and then as other opportunities arise, we come back to you. We review this annually, but given what we have for 2024, we can't undertake a separate OCP review, which was your discussion last year. I'll just move through the rest of these, and Luke can leap in on any, especially when council starts to ask questions. The food action plan approved in 2023, and it was planned for 2026 with no adjustment to timeline. The fire department strategic plan was approved in 2023 and planned for 2026 with no adjustment in timeline. The Uptown Mobility Study Phase 2, this is beyond what is currently underway. So right now the focus is on 2nd and the intersections around the bus garage site. Phase 2 would expand out from there. We are it was originally planned for 2027, and we'd now recommend pushing that to 2028 or beyond. And the last one was a park inventory prioritization plan. We'd like to actually be able to get a really good inventory, again, speaking to service levels, and talk about how do we deal with requests for increased service or amenities when the public comes forward, because they're being treated as one-offs, and we'd like to get more strategic with those and make it sure those amenities are fairly distributed amongst the community. So originally planned for 2027, we're recommending we defer to 2028 or beyond.
Any questions about those?
Just briefly on the housing one, so the province mandates, as part of the housing announcement, that we have to essentially align our zoning and our OCP on housing. Would that not then be one of the sections of the OCP review? Because essentially if we're doing the OCP review for housing as mandated by the province, couldn't we at least get one of the four in that timeline? Or is it a different process?
Thank you, through the chair to Councillor Harrison. That's a very good point. There will undoubtedly be amendments to our official community plan in the next few years. So if you think of that as an OCP review, that's okay. What we're actually doing it right now, once again, we're creating the elbow room, because if you look at the actual budget, we've maintained the budget allotments that were previously going to be allocated for the official community plan, reallocating them for that focus on housing and the legislation. But there will be amendments to the official community plan. So, for example, development permit areas are in the OCP; those will be amended. So, you're absolutely right. If you think of that as what was originally the OCP review, then I guess you could say we're doing it. But really, we're doing a different project with the same budget and same resources.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Sales. Ms. Varela.
And I would like to note that we actually did a strategic initiative sheet just for in response to the housing announcement. So however you label it, there is a sheet for the housing work that's contained in your package.
Councillor Harrison.
Just to build on that then, because I'm just thinking if we're doing all that work on housing already, if we had a little bit of public outreach and community consultation while we're doing that, that might then satisfy essentially. Because what I'm trying to think is that we're doing all this work on housing already, and if we try to incorporate a little bit of public feedback as we're doing that, as we're checking off the boxes from the province, that might then sort of work as a OCP review for housing. I'm just trying to do two things at once, which are so overlapping so much. Because if we just get everything in line with the province, and then 2 years later we're doing an OCP review on housing, it's, not quite duplication, but there's a large Venn diagram in the middle. Is what I'm thinking. Sorry, just through the chair, if I may.
Mr. Seals.
Thank you. Excellent point, because you are right. The province is going to be mandating OCP reviews every 5 years. And so, we will want to do an OCP review in whatever manner that is, probably a focus on housing, and then in a future year, within 5 years, do it again. So we will try to economize those processes. Once again, we're just creating elbow room, focus on housing, use the same budget, same resources, just a different name.
Did I see your hand, Councillor Skip?
Let's hope the province provides you with some money for your every 5-year OCP review.
And some clarity.
With regard to the food action plan, at the council meeting the other day, it came up that perhaps the grant for Pathways to Sustainable Economic Development in Qualicum Beach could focus on food sustainability or food security, and I wonder if that can somehow be reflected in this.
I do believe we have a standalone sheet for that one. The pathways, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe then there could just be a note or something that on this one. It might not feel then that we're not doing anything, and I don't want that message, to be given to the public. So if at least we're taking some actions to look at this issue, then I think I would feel better.
Okay. Councillor Van der Valk.
Yeah, I had similar concerns about the OCP and the housing question, so that's been answered. And the food action plan, when we went to Vaia last week, was it just last week? Seems like a long time ago. There is a great deal of concern about food security on the island in general and around the world. So I actually would like to see this moved up, particularly if that can be part of the grant that we're applying for, that we have applied for. So I would propose we move it up to 24, 25 myself.
Thank you. To address those two comments, we did discuss this in the council meeting recently. So should the council or should the town be successful in getting the grant, we would prepare a terms of reference and a consultant RFP for council review. And that very well could focus on some of the areas, you know, within the broader economic prosperity goals in the OCP. And food security is one of those. So that decision doesn't need to be made today or in the strategic plan. Once again, that's a case where if there's an opportunity to advance simultaneous projects, then we would, and that might be the case, and council would choose to do so.
Alison and staff, how can we change the date? Because it appears like we're not going to do anything for a couple of years, when in fact we are. So how would we reflect that in this, on the food action plan that's laid out here? Councilor, Ms. Varela?
Could I suggest leaving it planned for 2026 as council endorsed last year? And then if opportunities arise, we bring that back to council and see what we can manage.
Then I would rather see it said to be determined than 2026. Because the 2026 means we're not doing anything until the end of our term.
Your worship, any year that is planned in here, it just assists us with work planning. But again, if an opportunity came up, we would actually say to council, hey, we had an opportunity come up, we're adjusting our work plan, do we need additional resources? Just because you're putting it in a year doesn't mean it's necessarily cemented there. There is always room, and we are always live to opportunity, and we will just come back. We'll do the same if there's a risk. You've planned for a year and we can't get there. We'll do the same with a risk. We'll come back to you and say we have to adjust that year. So those can be a sliding scale forward or backward, but it really helps us with our work planning.
Yes, I understand that, but it looks like we're not doing anything until 2026. How would you recommend we can create that impression that we are open and not just leaving it to 2026?
Well, I think if you want to move this up, which is your prerogative, you can do that. If you want to put it into 24 or 25, and the staff will go away and figure out what will have to come off or what they would recommend would come off, because you're full, right? So I don't know, Lou, if you want to echo that, but that will be the challenge for you. And I think, you know, Luke has sort of alluded to the work that's on his plate, and taking on another, I would think, fairly significant initiative, particularly in 2024, is really probably going to be very challenging for him. So maybe 25, and you'll have a year to consider it and to consider the impacts of the provincial legislation on housing. If you want to move it up,
Mr. Sales.
it's your prerogative.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. I think there is a lot of understanding around the challenges. So I would just suggest that we put an asterisk under that, and with some explanation below that it's linked to this other project, and then.
Yeah. Okay.
Then I think we could move on.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody okay with that?
So Luke, if I could
Okay.
just ask you for some clarification about that. So there's a distinct project that's related to this that there is a grant opportunity for, but it's not this project. It's a component or related.
What about something that is pretty much volunteer efforts? That's like having more community gardens available in the coming year. So it doesn't require so much staff dollars or tax dollars, but we're going to allow it to happen, and it's run by volunteers. Can we kind of put that up there towards the food action plan?
Ms. Varela?
That is another sheet.
Okay. Okay. Next sheet.
Okay, so do we have a measure of comfort leaving that item, the food action plan, as 2026, or does council want to give some direction that it be changed?
We just decided that we put an asterisk to explain that. So we're ready for the next sheet?
I'm just confirming that.
Yep.
I see nodding heads. Okay, good. Okay, and the next one then, Boo.
My note. So this is slide 4 of your community health and well-being focus area. The first item, adopt a bylaw to prohibit smoking in parks. Staff proposed that for 2027. There has been no adjustment to that timeline. Pollinator pathways policy development. We were proposing that in 2025. Staff are now recommending pushing it out to 2028 or beyond. The dementia-friendly community initiative, staff were thinking it could originally be accommodated in 2027. We'd like to defer that to 2028, given what's on our plate. Controlling outdoor cats, there's no adjustment to that. If council chose to advance that initiative, it was always proposed for 2028 at the staff level. Identifying land for a multi-purpose performing arts cinema. This one's proposed for 2028, and it's the same kind of note there that we could add to the previous item council gave some discussion, or as opportunities present. Because I think there could be some opportunities if you decide to do something with the public works site or the bus garage. So we put a placeholder in 2028, but again, it could be advanced earlier if opportunities present. So robust accessibility plan, Whistler Village style, staff are proposing 2028. Improve accessibility to the foreshore. We'd originally hoped to address something in 2024. We're looking to push that to 2028 or beyond in response to the housing announcement. And then the retired engine 2, bringing that back up to a showable and roadworthy situation. We're proposing that for 2028.
Any discussion or proposed changes to this section? Councillor Harris?
Okay. About the prohibited smoking in parks and trails, can it just be something simple that we just put some signs up and have it in our town tidings on a regular basis about, you know, please don't smoke out there? And so it's a nominal cost, if any cost. And pollinator pathways, can we have the Parks and Rec Department look at it so it's not delayed till 2028 and beyond? I believe it's something that's important to be addressed now. And then most importantly, the identify land for a multipurpose performing arts center. To have it say proposed 2028, I know it was stated that as opportunities come up, but I also just kind of want to point out that it should be a top priority as far as having that amenity. This has been an ongoing discussion since the last term of council. In your example of the costs that we spend on housing payouts, the going to the movie for popcorn was an expense that was above cell phone payments. So it was right in the middle of your diagram there. So having the cinema is very important for our social well-being. So I'd like to put that on. I also, as well, like to have a senior center consideration put out there. We have 1,000 seniors that are signed up at the local senior center. Every activity is always overbooked. They just don't have enough room where they're at. So these are two very important community health issues, or for better health, is the cinema and the senior center. And predominantly, we are mostly majority seniors, so I think it's a real important thing. I mean, we put a daycare out there last year, so why not a better facility for seniors?
See, Councilor Ms. Varela had her hand up. Go ahead, Ms. Varela.
Thank you. So there has been no sheet prepared for a senior center. I don't think there's anything in capital. That is a new addition. So I would like to start our 2025 list and perhaps discuss that initiative in that context, unless you envision combining it perhaps with the multipurpose Performing Arts Center and accommodating both uses within that. So if it is a standalone separate initiative, I would recommend referring it to 2025 for discussion.
I just wonder, with this level of discussion and this, I wonder if we should go through these one by one. It just might be more orderly. So if we could start with the adopt a smoking bylaw, or a bylaw to prohibit smoking in trails and parks. And there is a sheet on this. It does outline what's involved. It's not insignificant. And it's proposed for 2027. So let's just try to focus the discussion on that one, and then.
I think this one came forward because we were getting a lot of concerns from the community when we have the long, hot, dry summers and they see people smoking in our parks. So I think that's where that's come from. You know, we do have signs. The fire department puts up signs asking people to butt out on our trails, and I wonder if it could be maybe simplified from this, as Councillor Young suggested. Maybe we don't have to go to such an extent, but that we would ask people not to smoke in our parks.
Thank you. So if it is a matter of signage without a regulating bylaw, then we could refer that to capital. I don't think staff has looked at this project with that lens. So again, without a bylaw, which would be a blue sky initiative, if you wanted to install signs, we could move that to the capital discussion. Those signs would not be supported by a bylaw, so I think it's probably worthy of a staff report as well.
And I think too, just to that point, if someone sees Town of Qualicum Beach, don't do this, someone's doing it, and then we say, well, we can't actually do anything about that. Some folks might be a bit confused when they see a sign, we really don't want you to do this, but then there's no enforcement behind it. So I do think that, I understand why the time has been pushed back, but I do think that report would be very good to see, like the linkage between behavior and enforcement, because I'm thinking a bit of Mr. Weir talking about speed limits, where the people who don't want to follow the speed limit, if you put up more speed limit signs, they're not going to slow down. So there's a difficult question there. But yeah, it's a good report to have eventually.
So can I assume then that what you're proposing is just signage prohibiting smoking?
Just say, yeah.
Requesting no smoking in parks, okay.
Just be respectful is what be respectful of the environment.
We're getting into real minutia here about signs and wording of a sign. Come on, guys, let's get on with this. The pollinator path, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I think we are already doing those kinds of signs, so I have no problem pushing this back. The actual bylaw, looking at the actual bylaw, I have no problem with that.
Are there currently signs up, Luke?
In
the parks?
In the summer, there is.
Sporadically.
Sporadically.
I don't
okay.
think they're consistent, so I'd like to know what we have for signage, where it is. So again, we could move this to the capital discussion with an accompanying staff report.
Right. Sorry. So if we take that part aside, set the signage only piece aside, do you want to leave the bylaw in the strategic plan for 2027? Okay, I hear yes to that. Okay, and the signage will come separately. Pollinator pathways proposed for 25, deferred for 2028. What's the level of comfort around that?
Let's do it. Sooner the better. I think even, we could help with the communities in bloom or whatever, but I think it's a minimal cost, and I would like to see it happen. It's been something that was asked for in 2021, so I think it would be nice. It's not a big ask. It's $5,000, I think, is what was on the scoping sheet.
So are you proposing 2024?
I think, though, the scoping sheet is a giant question mark, really. It basically says TBD for staff hours, and then right now it's only looking at planting materials, so depending on if we do public consultation or not, there's a whole bunch of lenses where that might increase. I just think back to our last council meeting, we saw the list of the plantings we currently maintain, and there's a page and a half of our current agenda. That's a lot. So there's a lot of work already happening. So I think coming up with a whole new policy, making it a priority when we have a lot of operational investment already, I think it's something we're already doing an okay job on. Obviously, we could do slightly better, but it's not like we're filling in a gap that's empty. I think there's a lot of work already ongoing. So I'm fine with it as is.
I'd like to see the Parks and Recs address this for immediate.
We're talking about the pollinated path.
Yeah, pollinated pathways.
You want to go ahead with that?
Correct.
You want to move ahead with that?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Varela.
The director is here. We do have staffing concerns in that department. We're currently undergoing a service level discussion for our parks and green spaces. Again, it depends on the scope. I think when we originally discussed this informally, it was really about supporting a grassroots initiative, and I think it's now pushed from that into something that's impacting service levels when we're right in the middle of a service review. So could I hand that over to the director to speak to?
Thank you. Thank you. I'll just add, I am concerned with some of the areas that we have planted and maintaining those beds right now with the removal of weeds and just making sure they look as lovely as they can, and as well as they're doing what they should be doing for the pollinator pathways. My biggest concern, though, with this initiative, aside from that, is for planning, because a big part of this is going to be engaging the community and talking to them, and that's that grassroots movement and working with these environmental groups and trying to move towards people doing it in their own yards, and just the education part of it, so you don't see someone go out with their lawnmower and do their own, like, down the block because they think we're just letting the weeds grow when it's supposed to be a pollinator pathway. And that's going to be an ongoing, not just a simple initiative, but an ongoing education, and having a bunch of staff dedicated towards that over a year or two to make sure it's actually implemented.
Thank you. That's very helpful insight. Any further discussion? Councillor Skipsey.
Well, I believe this should actually have the opposite impact in that it's not going to require staff to be weeding those areas and mowing them as frequently and whatnot. So it actually could have, less of an impact on staff time. And the volunteers are certainly, itching to get out there, but they feel they need the town to lead by having an area that would showcase what it could look like. And they can't necessarily do it on just private land, or they can't go on to public land and start doing this. And there are volunteers, they came to Family Day a couple years ago, and they were planting, helping all the children plant little sunflowers or whatever. And these volunteers are willing to be at Family Day, at CD Saturday, providing that education to the community. So I don't think we have to hire staff to help with the education. It's just maybe posting those things on our Facebook page or on our website. But it would be led by the Arrowsmith naturalists and people in the community.
So, Mr. Dickinson, how does that affect your view on this particular initiative?
Well, with all due respect, actually, in any urban center, nature doesn't just do what nature wants to do. We invade it with our lovely weeds and everything else by driving around, cycling, walking, unfortunately. So there are weeds, just like the rain garden right now that we haven't been able to get to the weeding. And it's surrounded by asphalt, and yet it is jam-packed with weeds. And you ask yourself, how the heck did they get here? And it's birds, it's people, it's everything. So we do have to maintain it. I would say if council wants us to take this initiative, aside from the initial push on it and supporting the Arrowsmith Club, is we could step back and then see what happens. Because as those weeds come in or they don't, then we just commit that we have not put any budget to this, as well as if we're just going to support the environmental group with with posting it on our website, that's an easy win. But if we're putting staff and having meetings and setting up educational campaigns and going to neighborhoods and telling people about it, that's a whole different level of support.
So I think really, if we came back and talked about, could we achieve a win without the full scope that would impact service? What could be achievable? And I think we could maybe discuss that and bring it back in a memo. For a more robust approach to pollinated pathways, I'd still like to see it listed as far as strategic planning in 2025, and then we get a separate council resolution with this is what we can actually do in 2024, and get agreement through a staff report outside of strategic planning.
That sounds reasonable. Okay.
Just the only other point I wanted to make, if I could, is that I think we should also remember our last council meeting where we did allocate some land for a pilot project. So I think that vote passed, if I recall correctly. So there is some work already ongoing on this. It's not like there hasn't been support. We literally did that a week ago. I think there was a resolution on that for the pilot, the small pilot on a small bit of land, if I recall correctly. I'm trying to think back to the last meeting. Sorry, there's been a lot going on in the last week, so it might be a bit cloudy on that.
So what I understand to be,
Ms. Swenson had her hand up. Just a sec.
Sorry, I was just going to clarify, no, it was referred to strategic planning for discussion.
There you go. Okay. But I think in general, that's where we're going.
so you'll bring a report on what could be achieved in the shorter term and leave the pollinator pathways policy development for 2025 rather than 2028.
Staff could support, yeah.
Okay, good. Dementia-friendly community proposed for 2027, deferred to 2028.
Just suggest that the city of Courtenay had a dementia village that was set up about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. And I talked to Mayor Wells briefly about that. As the province rolls out funds, there's a lot of funding going into healthcare right now. So it's a 50% increase over 10 years. So it just in case, this might be sort of like the cinema where you say, if something else arises. So if VHA comes up and says, we're ready to fund the staffing for this if you can find us something, or we're willing to work with you with the land we already have, which I know the mayor is sore point of his, that they have land for quite some time. But if VHA came to us and said, we want to do something, we might want to consider that.
I see it, Allison, and I've mentioned that to our CEO. Consider all these important issues like a pie, like a pizza pie. And if something comes up that addresses one of those slices because of funding or a partnership or some other initiative, then we can do that piece. So it doesn't necessarily have all the dates so much. They're all listed, they're all important, but if an opportunity comes up to work with the government or with a private individual, then we can advance those issues.
And I think that's understood. You had a commitment from your CAO and from your planner that when opportunities arise, they're going to bring them to council, and then you'll have to shuffle your priorities. So you're comfortable with 2028 for that, unless something else comes forward? Okay. Controlling outdoor cats, it's proposed for 2028. Okay. Identifying land for a multi-purpose performing arts center, it's proposed for 2028 by council resolution. I think I heard you say correctly, Lou. So has council had a change of mind about that?
Well, this is typically one of those pieces of a circle or a pie, that if something comes up, there may be some changes in land that we are acquiring or whatever. There may be other opportunities. So it's not that it's 28, which is past our term. If something happens during this term where this is an ideal opportunity to advance some of these issues, we will do it. But it's awkward when it says, no, we're not going to do it until 28 when there's an opportunity, and then we'll lose that chance. So I don't like the dates the way they're set up. I would prefer if we all list them and say when an opportunity comes up and we can advance this, we will do it. Ms. Varela?
Your worship, so the whole crux of this is that this allows us to be strategic with our department work planning. We need to know what we're focusing on. We need to allocate those hours. We're continuing to refine that process. These lists aren't going to go away. So I think that will be another big part of building trust with the community and council. We want to start bringing this list forward when we're using our quarterly update, and then we can speak to where are we with these, right? Just like we are now. So I don't want you to feel like anything will fall off the list. Having a year assigned assists us with our work planning. We have to budget funds in a particular year if it's going to be advanced. So we need to pick a year with the qualifier that ORA's opportunities present. And I think if we can let council and the community know that, council will also hear of opportunities. You can arm wrestle things, but we'll keep this list live for you through the quarterly reporting process. So you'll see this multiple times.
I like to be considered really live. I want it to be considered like an infrastructure need. Because if we're going to bring in housing, we do need to look at infrastructure. And I consider the cinema and the senior center as an infrastructure need, a top priority.
Councillor Harrison.
I was just going to suggest that this is something where, in terms of identifying land, I'd feel more comfortable if it was 2026. It still gives us 2 years. But then at that point, we're on the other side of the housing for the most part. Most of the housing stuff should be done by then. We probably have the report on the public works yard, if that's an option. We might have more clarity about the bus garage site with some of the things that are happening. And then if it's just something where staff don't feel there's clarity at that time, we can push it back subsequently. But I think it does sort of send a message to the mayor's point. If we're going to try to do something we can in this term, but it's also reasonable to the demands over the next couple of years, which are going to be acute.
Yeah. I would agree with, if possible, to bring it forward to 2026 rather than 2028. I think, yeah, I think that would sit better with me. Also, if it's possible to add the senior center to this or this conversation, because it hasn't been anywhere. It doesn't have to be part of it, but it could be part of it. And I think identifying that would be helpful.
Yep. Ms. Varela, anybody?
Your worship, so staff are comfortable bringing forward combined cinema senior center to the 2026 discussion, and you'll also be able to confirm this in 2025. Again, if an opportunity presents between now and then, we'll bring it to council for decision making.
And I just want to say, it sounds easy for us to say that in about 2 minutes, let's do this. But I know that that's a huge enterprise. What do we do with the current space for the senior center? How does that affect the budgeting of the current facilities? So it sounds so easy. Well, let's just do it that way. Okay, done. But these guys are going to be like, where are we going to do this? We're going to have to work 12-hour days. So I understand it, and so I think the community does too. And that's why we should have a preamble to this strategic plan that as a result of the seismic announcement of the provincial government, we're going to have to focus on that. We have no choice. We have to do the things that the province says you have to do. So if these things get pushed back, that's understandable. We can't go against the provincial government. They have dates that are clear and we have to comply. And if this means we have to wait a year, that's how it is. So we can say to people, because of the change, because of what the provincial government just did, we're going to have to put these some back. And I think most people would understand that. So I have no problem being more flexible, but allowing staff the comfort of knowing that, yes, we can manage this, finance this, put it in some kind of a budget without pushing us to a point where I saw staff work here, like long beyond everybody goes home. They're still out there trying to figure this out. How is this going to change? You saw the list, and Mr. Sales says bravely, challenge accepted. But I mean, I can see how all this stuff, I've been reading this binder and other books that we've had on these plans. It's not so easy to say, well, let's just change the date. We got to be very, very careful and respect staff time and also allow the community to catch up and work with them and not force the issue. You never get anything right if you force it and say, this is now a top priority and nothing else matters. That's the wrong approach. We need to look at the whole picture and what staff can perform. They have their daily duties already. They're already full from 9 to 8:30 till 4:30 and sometimes way beyond that. They're already busy every day with the things that we normally do, with applications, with servicing, with looking after infrastructure. This gets just dumped on them, and we don't. And I know now what it's like when the province does that, so we have to be very sensitive to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think there will be real implications of these shifts, both in terms of your financing strategy and the staffing requirements. So, at least if you're moving things to 2026, you have a year or two years to really consider the impacts, but they won't, these kinds of shifts, changing a date, won't be without real impacts in the end. Those red numbers at the bottom of the chart that Raj showed you, they will become bigger. So, and I think if I can just say one other thing, moving anything into 2024 probably comes with real risks, because we don't really know what the impact on you as decision makers and on your staff are going to be. So I think there's real risks shifting things into 2024. At the very least, I'd encourage you to think about 2025 and beyond.
I agree with Councillor Harrison when he said in 26 we should be beyond what the province expects us to do, and we can try and figure this out. So I think give yourself some time.
Item then, which is robust accessibility plan, Whistler Village style, proposed for 2028.
Okay, so this is obviously me because it's the accessibility team, and this is stemming from the work. I've looked at Victoria, Vancouver, Whistler's accessibility plans. Whistler is the best. But where I'm hoping, just speaking personally, where we go is that we make our accessibility plan a lot like our age-friendly transportation plan, where the last page of that document is a list of, here are the 4 or 5 criteria we use, here's how we rank them as a result, and then that gives the community a sense of what are the projects that are coming. But I recognize there's 2 components to that. So criteria that I would propose for that, and I'm sorry if I'm getting a little bit too into the weeds, but things like the impact on accessibility, the number of people who use it, the location, things like that are a very quick conversation with the team that they could actually do that. But then the cost to build, you'd have to go to departments, get idea of how big the infrastructure ask actually is, and that will take a very long time, and this is precisely the staff who are busiest right now. So what I would hope for this is that we have a very good team, and if we say we're going to do the work in 4 years, I'm not sure we'll still have a good team in 4 years' time. So what I'm hoping is that we can look at I was hoping we could maybe talk to staff about this a bit, but there's portions which I think are very simple for planning, and maybe we could add that to the document to have, just a public thing, like here are the things where we've done the work, and then things like this is going to be TBD, just because there's so much, there's so much demand on, so if you're going to list every project for the age-friendly plan, they list the cost. That's going to take forever to get that information from staff. It's going to take years. So that's just why I was hoping to get some of the work and keep the team together for a few more months, get some of that document a little bit more fleshed out, and then recognize that there's other things there are other priorities, and we can't quite finish it. So I do sort of agree with the document will be completed several years from now. All I was hoping for is that some of the work could be done over the next couple of years, next year or so.
I'll defer to Luke or Heather for this one, Your Worship. It really is, again, we have it as 2028. If you wanted to potentially consider in 2026, we do have some items under the capital as a placeholder for implementation of accessibility features or improvements. So it's not like it's totally abandoned in 2024, but I think, again, it's about scale and scope, but we're crunched.
I could suggest we are right now at the place where we've sent the list that Councillor Harrison's alluding to. We've sent it to the committee and they're prioritizing. I think there's 19 items on the list. So I personally don't think we need to, at this time, with given what's handed down from the province, go to a robust plan. Parks will just release their plan this week. And it's much similar to the plan that we have in place. So we'd have the plan, we have the list in the back, and then council, as time goes, can work on the requests that come in. I know we had one from a member of public asking for automatic doors, for example. So as council gets money that they can allocate from capital, we could work on some of those lists, just like the age-friendly transportation list, and leave it a more robust plan for later.
So are you comfortable leaving this then at 2028, knowing that some other individual initiatives would come along?
I believe Heather and I are saying basically the same thing.
Okay.
It's just the clarity on the exact, like, again, to make it exactly like the age-friendly transportation plan will take time. But the only concern I have is that as we start allocating funds for projects, that we have some sort of document to point to that has a rational criteria that people can see, that it's not just the right person sent an email to the right person at the right time, that there was a, you know, independent analysis.
Well, these are recommendations coming from your committee, correct? Okay, all right. So we'll leave that as it is. The next item is improve accessibility to the foreshore. Again, initially proposed for 2024. The suggestion is to defer that to 2028. Comfortable leaving that as is then? And then retired engine 2 control operation usage proposed for 2028. Comfortable with that? Okay. And then, thank you for that. And then there's this list of items, Lou.
Yeah, thank you. So this is just the last slide for community health and well-being. These are basically notes so that council isn't thinking we missed any of your priorities. They're just being dealt with as part of the budget outside of strategic planning. They're a little different, or they might have another nuance. So the Brant Festival, Aerosmith Search and Rescue loan repayment, the Uptown Mobility Study Phase 1 has been moved to capital, pickleball, capital, and then Halloween will be for 2024 will be a new staff report seeking council direction within existing budget. So council can also make decisions at that time. We just didn't want you to think we had lost any of your important projects.
Sorry, Councillor Harrison.
Just because community health and well-being might overlap with things that could potentially be an in-camera conversation. If we wanted to have an in-camera conversation about aspects of the strategic plan, have we allotted for that in the process?
Oh, sorry. I'm having a button issue. Not at this time because it hasn't been requested. So nothing has been brought to my attention that requires that, but we could certainly do that if council signals. So you just have to let us know which section of the charter you want to close under, and we can do that separately with an agenda as appropriate.
And if I may, it's just through the chair, it might just be an email I'll send to staff, and they can clarify if that's something. But I just don't want to get ahead of the game and then put myself in a very awkward position by opening my mouth when I shouldn't have, because can be held personally liable for stuff like that. So don't want to do that.
No, I think your email to staff would be appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, climate action. Over to you, Lou.
Oh, okay, climate action. This one was the tree bylaw that we saw complete in 2023. The planning department has been busy with permits and education and all that sort of stuff, but I think that was a real win for council and the community. Thank you. So this one, these are initiatives council approved in 2023 and they were planned for 2024. The review of the tree protection bylaw, we had originally planned for 2025. Council advanced that to 2024 by council resolution. The recommendation in light of the provincial housing announcement is to actually defer that to 2028 now, because we're thinking we're going to have to deal with a lot of tree issues as we talk about build out. We'll be reviewing that tree bylaw in a very different context, and it has some implications for parks and green space. If we're seeing the kind of build out that the province is talking about, there's going to be a lot more pressure on trees, green spaces, parks, all those sorts of things. So the scope of the project council had originally talked about reviewing the existing tree bylaw. We would recommend pushing out until we have time to figure out what's the implication for that bylaw in light of what the housing announcement has said. So we can come back and revisit. The tree canopy update, that's basically an IT department function in cooperation with regional partners. So we think we can deliver that in 2024. The community wildfire resiliency plan for 2024. And the corporate and community emissions report planned for 2024. So those last three are on track, and it's the tree protection bylaw update council will likely want to have some discussion about.
Well, I just had a little bit of a concern because when we put the tree bylaw in, it was sort of on the understanding, and what we told the community is that it would be in for about 1 year, and then we would give the opportunity to the community to have input on it. So now if we're taking that away, I don't think that's fair. So even if it means just having a committee of the whole where we invite the community to tell us about their experiences with the tree bylaw, and if they're having issues or whatnot, just getting that input, I think that at least that should happen.
And I thought sounds quite reasonable if we just have a committee of the whole meeting for people to provide us impact, have a discussion. That's not anything unusual. I think that's fine. I think we can do that. So perhaps that can be indicated that there will be committee of the whole for people to provide us with comments, input on how they experience the tree bylaw so far. So I think that's reasonable. Thank you.
So yeah, I'm just looking at this and then one of the pink or mauve actions. When we're looking at our corporate emissions inventory a little bit later on, then we have corporate and community emissions report. And I know the corporate report note said that the RDN is doing a community-wide report as part of what the RDN is doing. So I'm just looking at this, are we doubling up actions that are being undertaken at the RDN board table for the community emissions report? Because it sounds like the RDN and the town are both on the same page of doing a robust inventory periodically. So I just want to make sure we're not duplicating the work.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. So yes, I am secretly hoping that the RDN and the regional work will check this off our list, and we merely need to participate. But it was identified as a priority for council, so we've kept it on there. And the corporate report, though, will need to be done completely independently of the RDN. So your point is well taken. The RDN is undertaking work. So the secret's out now. I've said it to everyone. So yes, we are working with the RDN on a community-wide emissions report, and we might be able to use that to check off that part of the list. We won't do it again just for the sake of doing it.
And then if that's sorry. My apologies. And then if I may, might I suggest that we just defer that for 1 year then, so that we actually see the results of the RDN report. And if council feels there's more details we want or more work we want to do, that could be something that's already been funded. But if it's something where the RDN report is excellent, because I'm looking at their strategic plan, that was the #1 priority, I think, in your strategic plan, or the #2. But it's definitely a very high priority with the current board. So I'd feel bad if we release very, very similar documents in the same year.
So are you suggesting this be moved to 2025?
Yeah. If I may, yes, because we have the corporate emissions in the pink, which is 2024. It's the second portion of this. So it's just to make sure that we don't step on the toes of the RDN, okay. And it also frees up some planning time.
Okay.
Mr. Seals.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So just for work planning purposes, I wouldn't suggest deferring it. However, as Ms. Varela has said a few times, we are going to be doing quarterly reporting, and if that report comes out and we feel like there is a need to do further work in 2025, that would be the type of information we would report back on.
Okay. All right, so I think I understand, with the exception of the tree protection bylaw, the potential to hold a committee of the whole meeting to get public input. these items are as suggested: tree protection 2028, tree canopy 2024, community wildfire 2024, and corporate emissions 2024. Is that, I see some nodding of heads. Okay, good, awesome. We'll go to the next set then. Lou.
This one I'm actually going to look to Raj for. We are recommending, it was originally planned for 2023 and 2024. We're looking to defer this to 2025 and 2026. Before I hand it off, I do want to emphasize that the focus has been on the asset management replacement plan and asset replacement financing strategy. The Director of Finance, very glad to have him aboard. I have much gratitude for all this work. Actually joined us on the last day of the last year's endeavor. So he was signed up for this timing without being really in the chair. And then the same with Director Dickinson has joined us. So again, that's a partnership between the two. In reality, we need to shift that out. So over to Raj, maybe?
Thank you, Lou. The only thing I would add to what Lou's already said is timing-wise, we are working on the asset replacement plan and the asset replacement financing strategy. So to be able to take advantage of grants that are available for this type of work and to take into respect staffing capacity as our new Director of Engineering also takes over his responsibilities and gets a feel for things, I think it would be better suited to defer these from 2023, 2024 to 2025, 2026. Thank you.
I see lots
questions?
of nodding, so I think we're all good to go.
Yeah? Okay, all right.
Well,
Well, I guess I'm a little bit disappointed because I think this is really important, and other communities are leaps and bounds ahead of us on valuing their natural assets and how that comes into play with, even planning and water, all kinds of different things as we deal with climate change. But anyways, it is what it is, I guess, so.
Okay, so fleet right sizing and electrification policy, that's proposed for 2024 and 2025. Corporate emissions inventory, which was mentioned earlier, still proposed for 2024. And the climate action, community outreach and support, proposed 2024. I think that's through 2028 is what that should actually say. So those are the timelines proposed by staff, and that is because we have our awesome Climate Action Emergency Program coordinator in place, which allows the work to continue even though it's in Luke's overflowing portfolio.
Any questions or comments about those? Any suggested changes? Councillor Harrison?
So I do support the idea of the electrification of the fleets, but there's one thing I was going to say we could push back a year, with 2024 being a year from, a very difficult year. That would be the one thing I say we could delay 1 year. But I don't know how staff feel about that. I'm trying to look at the number of hours. It's only 200, so it's not a huge investment. But I'm just wondering, like, is that something where we'd be actioning this in the near future? Because if we're not actioning it right away, then I could see delaying it a bit. But if we're going to be actioning it pretty much immediately with the implementation of the policy, it makes sense to keep things as they are.
Is it about fleet timing replacement?
Correct. Yep. So as you'll see when we get to the capital portion of this discussion, there are a number of vehicle replacements that are up for replacement in the next few years, and deferring this too far down the line means that we can't start making changes to our fleet, and we may end up investing in the wrong technology. And as Ms. Varela indicated, we do have a staff person that feels very passionately about advancing this and does have the capacity, as she won't be working on the housing initiatives. So it's sort of an independent stream of the community development department, and this can move forward. Thank you.
Good. Councillor Skipsey?
Well, I'm very pleased to hear that. I was going to ask about the fleet replacement schedule, because I think that would be helpful, because this year we only had a Bacter truck, which wouldn't apply. So, keeping that in mind would be important. Yeah, I think it's great, but also keeping in mind that sometimes it takes some time to actually receive an electric vehicle. You get your name on the list, and that timing too is important to take into consideration.
So can I conclude from this that you're comfortable with the timing for each of these things? Awesome. Great. The next set, Lou.
Okay, so the building facilities greenhouse gas audit proposed for 2025. Community climate change adaptation plan update and implementation. This one is proposed for 2026. And the review of the form and character guidelines to advance climate change adaptation and mitigation. We'd originally proposed this for 2027. We're now recommending deferring to 2028 or beyond because of the housing announcement.
Any questions or discussion about these? Councillor Van Der Valk.
I just have a question about the last one, review form and character guidelines to advance climate change adaptation and mitigation. So again, this seems to be, if we're looking at housing and the housing that the province has proposed, I'm looking for a way to include these ideas in what we're proposing for housing. So I guess it would be, how can we incorporate the two, or how can we integrate the two?
Thank you, through the chair. So form and character guidelines will be a topic that we will be reviewing in the next few years, and I think it's fair to say that council always reviews decision-making through the lens of climate action. So I think that this one will be knocked off before this date. However, once again, we're creating elbow room. We're focusing on housing. So as a standalone initiative, we would like to schedule this for 2028. If an opportunity presents, and I think it will, then it'll be done sooner. But let's not overcommit at this point.
So again, do we have our little asterisk saying, or as opportunities arise?
Yes, I'll add that, and you'll get a chance to look at that revised table on the 15th, so you can see the outcomes of today and any additional comments made to your table.
With regard to the Community Climate Change Adaptation Plan update and implementation, we do have the plan. There's a lot of good information in there. My preference would be that the focus is on implementation rather than spending a lot of time and resources on revising things, just maybe pulling from them as to what's the most important pieces. And also, I wondered if any of this impacts the zero carbon step code. Is that something that we're going to be able to do? I know we've been waiting, I think, for a report from the RDN as to what they're doing or what their recommendations are. So I don't know if this holds up that.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Skipsey. So the building bylaw review and the zero energy step code isn't listed as a strategic initiative. It's just normal course of work for staff to bring that forward because it is time for an update. The building inspector is already working on a memo and updated bylaw that will have those decision points for council.
So with the addition of an asterisk next to the community climate change adaptation, the review form and character, you're comfortable with the timing of these items? Okay, we're good to go then. Now on to the really fun part, the housing part.
So it was pointed out that we didn't have any specific strategic initiatives in 2023 for housing, but I thought it was worth pointing out to the community and council that there has been advancements made in this area in the last couple of years. So council declared a housing emergency in 2022. They identified housing as a focus area in your strategic plan for your term. You did flag that as a potential topic for the upcoming phased OCP review. You were just trumped by the province, but Good try. Development application review processes. That grant project is currently underway, and that's what we're hoping to bring to you in Q1 2024. We saw construction commence with the Kiwanis Affordable Housing Society at the Qualicum Station, residences at Qualicum Station. There has been consideration of affordable housing on town-owned land near the airport. That really is ongoing exploration. And then you're participating or supporting in a regional housing initiative with Oceanside Partners through, I think it's really Mayor O'Brien through Parksville that's leading the charge, and then surrounding communities are supporting. So there are some actions going on I did want to flag for you.
Well, and what's not identified here, of course, are all those initiatives that you're going to be doing as directed by the province, right? So all of that, you know, revision of your zoning, your OCP, all of that is going to directly contribute to this area. It's just a bit unclear at the moment, other than, you know, the requirements. So any questions about this?
Just a few points, though, but the construction of residences is the previous term, not this term. We've missed funding opportunities that are quite massive. The Housing Accelerator Fund, the reason I brought it forward is we would have been eligible for up to $15 million over 4 years if we'd been able to get the maximum amount. So I think this is an area where the previous council got some things done, but this council, it's not quite as strong. The other thing, too, when I'm just looking at the financial table for this, the implementation of the housing announcement shouldn't be in the housing forum. It's not a community-led development. It's good governance. We're complying with provincial regulation. This isn't something coming from the town. It's coming from Victoria. I just had some questions, though, because there's some things in here which are listed and they don't have a sheet. So when it says affordable housing phase 1 and 2, in the October meeting, there was a referral to this process of 2 things. So I'm just curious if that's included in that, or? Okay.
Oops, sorry. This is just saying what's gone on in the last few years because you didn't have a yellow section for this one. So I just didn't want it to look like you hadn't done anything. Again, if we'll just walk through the slides and. And this is probably some of the things that you wanted to ask questions about, Councillor Harrison. So these ones you won't see a sheet for because these were approved by council in 2023 for 2025 or beyond, except for the short-term rental regulatory framework didn't quite fit in this table. But the accessory dwelling unit design templates, that was planned for 2026. The short-term rental regulatory framework, it was planned for 2024. We're recommending to move it to 2027 now because the province's work could render that a duplication of work or even unnecessary. Affordable housing phase 1 and 2, that was referring to lands at the airport. So we did have work planned for 2024 and 2025. Then we were going to recommend to you that we wanted to move it to 2025 and 26. And now with the provincial announcement, we're recommending deferring discussion of those lands to 2027 and 2028. I know council will want to have some discussion on that. And then the multi-generational housing best practices, originally planned for 2025, we recommend deferring to 2028.
So should we go through these one by one, maybe?
Sure.
The first item, accessory dwelling unit design template plan for 2026. Is there a level of comfort with that? Okay. Short-term rentals regulatory framework planned for 2024, proposed to shift to 2027.
So my question on this one is, our community, I strongly support the province's short-term rental regulation for the province of BC, but our community is a bit of an odd community where the negative impacts might exceed the positive benefits. Parksville requested recently at one of their council meetings to discuss it with the province. Are we going to join in that conversation? Just because I think that when you look at our tradition of having cottages on the waterfront, those properties will not probably become long-term rentals. Only a fifth of the Airbnbs are actually rented out for the full year. So 4/5 are 10 months or less. So I can see a lot of units either being empty for 10 months a year or less, or maybe there's a finite number of people who rent for, say, 6 to 8 months. So I'm just wondering, what work are we doing with the province to discuss their recently introduced short-term rental regulations?
Well, that's a complicated question, Councillor Harrison. So we had it planned for 2024. What we did say to Council, Destination Tourism was retained a consultant with their funds to actually do some data gathering and stuff like that. So I know a draft report is pending for Council's consideration. And then any liaison with the province, I would accept direction from Council if they wanted to give that, or if you've been initiating that under your own governance purview, I'll defer to you.
Yeah, I think there may be a bit of disparity between what we have in our short-term rental regulations and what the province does have. My understanding is that they're looking at 90 days, a term no less than 90 days. So it would be good to get the exact facts on that. I don't have a problem deferring it to 2027 because I think, again, we're under the auspices of the provincial government in terms of dealing with this. So I don't have a problem in terms of deferring it to 2027.
Just a brief comment about the question of how we address short-term vacation rentals and how we work with the region. So we are working with Parksville Qualicum Beach Tourism Association because this matter is very important to them and to their industry. So we'll continue that discussion, and if things need to be addressed in a more timely fashion, they will likely take the lead, and council will have an opportunity to address it. It has been pushed off to recommended for a standalone initiative in the later years to create that room to focus on housing. And just to put the two in context, like they possibly could both be done in the same period of time, but both of them could not be done very well. So I think in retrospect, when we're looking back in 10 years, I don't want to look back and say, well, we did a pretty decent job on housing, but we also did the suites, or the vacation rental at the same time. It would be better to say we did everything we could to make sure that the housing response was as robust as possible, and we had to wait a few more years for the vacation rental. So I think that's the perspective I would recommend.
I think, Luke, isn't there a case to be made too, is that the province is mandating this, they've proposed to regulate it and to oversee it. You don't want to duplicate their work, right? And it probably is wise to just give some time for that to shake out, at least a year. I think that it's coming into effect May 5th. May this 2024. So they're imposing these regulations. So why would you want to duplicate that? Now, your point about advocacy is separate from that, but the regulatory framework, it's the province has taken this on, and they've taken on the enforcement piece too, by the looks of it. So, so in terms of the regulatory framework, you're okay pushing this out to 2027? Okay, and affordable housing phase, sorry, Councillor Harrison, you had your hand up, so.
Oh, I was just going to point out too, the real key point of contact too, just to Mr. Sale's point, is not necessarily just the PQBTA, it's also going to be the Chamber of Commerce, because if we see a collapse in the number of Airbnbs and there's insufficient hotel space, we could see a decline in the number of tourists in our downtown in the summer. And so that's more my concern, is that the small businesses that rely on the busy summer to make ends meet year round, if they see a decline in number of people in the summertime, it could be very hard for our downtown. So that's just sort of the lens as we go through this. It's more important than the operators of short-term rentals.
Okay, and the affordable housing phase 1 and 2 plan for 2025, 2026 deferred to 2020. I just have to make sure that I have slightly different dates here. Yeah, deferred to 2027, 2028. You're comfortable with those dates? Okay, Councillor Harrison.
Okay, so the big reason I'm not comfortable with those dates at all is that if you want to get genuinely permanent affordable housing built, you need provincial and federal funding. Those provincial and federal funding come through at specified times. There's currently a window for What Built Railway. It's called the Community Housing Fund. Closes the 3rd week of November. I'm not aware of any applications from Qualicum Beach this funding stream. If we wait till 2027, 2028, we might miss the next funding window, and then you're waiting 4 years, not 2. So I think we want to keep it at 2025 to 2026, because you need to line up with those funding windows, otherwise nothing gets done unless we raise taxes through the roof.
Could we indicate that if there was an opportunity to apply for funds, that we would take advantage of it in the best way we can?
Sure. So these two initiatives, and we discussed these a little bit more in the last strategic planning session, they were really reliant on having a partner, to basically do a project on town-owned land, but they would be leading it, they would be doing the heavy lifting. So, as a standalone initiative, it doesn't make sense. The town didn't even resource this item with the understanding we were doing everything. So, and if we have if we reach out and find a partner, maybe we can advance this in anticipation of some funding opportunity. But on our own, the town, even if you fully funded it and then kept it in 2024, it's not resource for the town to undertake it alone.
So I would be referring here more to the preparatory work like zoning, ensuring that we aren't looking at a lot which isn't properly zoned for the application process, and some of the basic studies, so like if there's an environmental study that was needed, so that the site would be ready should there's a funding window open. Because my fundamental point is that if you want to get something built, you have to work backwards from the drop dead date for the application process, and then have all your ducks in the row to complete that application such that we could actually receive funding. And if we haven't rezoned the property and we find ourselves with a partner a month before the funding is about to close, we won't be able to submit an application again. So that's why I disagree with this date, is that the preparatory work to get an application in needs to be complete in order to actually apply. And that's what we should be focusing on as a town in the near future.
Luke, is there any merit in identifying this as partner dependent? Would that make it more clear?
Possibly, or we could, say as opportunities present as well, because, not to be, casual about the undertaking ahead, but we will have the zoning book open, and we will have an opportunity to change zoning in mass. If we're rezoning half the town and choose to rezone the area that you're speaking of, we could do that at the same time. So there may be an opportunity, but let's not commit to a specific date. Let's just say as opportunities arise.
The last point is that the site in question that was previously being discussed required an OCP amendment, and that's a lengthy process. So again, and that's just why I'm highlighting, we want to have our ducks in the row so that when the window opens up, if it opens up much sooner than anticipated, we're not left in a position where, gosh, I wish we'd done the work. Because there are certain steps we do need to do as a town, even if we're just offering the land.
Luke, I'm assuming that you're going to crack the zoning bylaw, but you're cracking the OCP at the same time.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, both bylaws will be open. You'll be spending a lot of time looking at them and considering amendments. So if you identify an opportunity, let's discuss.
Could I just ask for some clarification on year then? Because I have added the as opportunities present. I still need to allocate funds in a year in the budget. So are we moving to 25, 26, or are we doing the staff recommendation of 27 and 28 with the asterisks of and as opportunities present?
No, I think and I agree with the idea that we can pre-zone the property, because the only way you're going to have affordable housing like we expect is on town land. So if we can pre-zone that, and it takes time, then we should be doing that part as we proceed with rezoning and OCP review.
Could I just ask them what year?
2025, 2026.
I think Mr. Seals indicated that it will happen as soon as we can when we know what the rules are from the province.
Yeah. I think that means 2025, 2026. Because that's when you'll have the bylaws open,
Yeah,
probably.
that would be fine.
Right? Does that suit you, Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, it's good enough. I just highlight too that, just one last point, railway was 2/3 provincial for capital, 1/3 federal. I'm not sure if the federal government changes, you'll see the same funding for below market affordable housing projects. So that might mean that we have a very narrow window to move forward when you have a center-left federal and provincial government. So that's just the only thing I'd flag as a real question mark, that the structures the province has laid out might not be viable in 3 or 4 years.
Doesn't seem to me that anything earlier than 2025, 2026 is really an option, though, right? I like that, but. Yeah. Okay, so we're okay with that one?
So there is a resolution to refer to this process in October, and I thought this was what it was, and I don't think it is now. But there's a resolution passed about looking at potential options for the lowest acuity of helping with treatment. I'm not sure if that's reflected in this. I'm thinking it isn't. That was in the October meeting. Sorry, just because there was no description in our binder for affordable housing phase 1 and 2, I wasn't sure what it was referring to, but just from this discussion.
That's out of 2023 strategic planning, so that had to do with the airport lands.
So just then, the resolution from the October meeting, is that included in this somewhere, or? Sorry, that's just why I didn't email earlier, is I thought phase 1 and 2 was referring to that. Now it's not, so.
I'm just trying to seek clarity on, was it a resolution you're referring to, Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, there was a resolution which was referred to strategic planning for the potential collaboration with either Forward House or ICCS.
Looks like Heather is searching furiously for that. Can we come back to that? Can we do?
Well, if I could, that's exactly what I was going to suggest, is if we could circle back. And if Heather finds the resolution, I still don't know if we're going to be able to be fully prepared to advance it right now. So maybe we can bring that forward at the next session. It may have been overlooked as a blue sky sheet, or can you give us some time and we'll come back
I'm
to
assuming
this?
it was, and I guess we'll just deal with it later. It would be very late in the process anyways. It would not be in the next 3 years. So, it's not a pressing thing.
I would just like to emphasize for council and the public that we can't take advantage of every funding opportunity that comes along simply because we don't have the resources to advance. So this is how we get council to choose where our focus lies, is first with your focus areas and then your strategic initiatives. We'll move as opportunities present, but we can't respond to everything, and especially with the provincial housing announcement, I don't know if we'd be in a position to respond. So again, we'll report back to council. The best we can do is stay live to the communication with you and keep you informed. So that's our intention.
Okay, so if we could move to the next one, multi-generational housing best practices. So it's planned for 2025, deferred to 2028. Are you comfortable with that?
I'd suggest this to actually be 2026 again, just because then we're on the other side of the provincial regulations. And we want to start looking at, as people start building these new fourplexes, and or duplexes with a carriage home in the back, if we're trying to get something which hits the mark of allowing 3 generations on what's formerly one property, it might be good to start that process soon after the province does that, as opposed to having several years of construction prior to that.
Proposing 2026.
Instead of
Luke,
2020.
do you want to offer a comment?
I do think that's reasonable. I'd also say that there may be an opportunity to address this, in the next 2 years as we look at form and character guidelines. So or as opportunities present. But for now, let's put it in for 2026. That's not unreasonable. And then if opportunities present to wrap it into the OCP review or design discussion, we will.
And the next one, I'll go to the next page. We've been talking about this all day, just about the housing announcement implementation.
Yeah, so I'll just hand this one over to Luke.
Well, I feel like we've been talking about this one all day long. So we created a blue sky sheet and attempted to provide an overview of all the work that would be underway and the kind of scope of work, timelines and such. So it's pretty much all encompassing for 2024 and 2025. And there may be follow-up items that are identified that we don't even know about yet. So as we get into the process, we may provide updates to council either in a quarterly update or the next time we review strategic planning next year and identify other required actions. So for now, we're just blocking off this 2-year period, but there may be other items that follow. Thank you.
I just want to draw council's attention to, in the scoping sheet, to the costs that are laid out there. And I suspect this is just the beginning. It doesn't even begin to talk about infrastructure costs or any of the capital costs that you're going to no doubt have to incur. So really, I feel like we're droning on about this, but I don't think we can overestimate the impact of this on the organization. It's going to be absolutely profound. Lou?
I do just want to flag that as a result of the housing announcement and the impacts on servicing and the immense amount of work, Councillor Van der Valk had flagged that about, well, how is this going to affect servicing in the last meeting? And the work that has to be done to try and figure that out, you will be seeing a request for an engineering technologist in the budget in response to this. We've got multi-years of work ahead of us.
I'll just say that I know in my own community, I'm anticipating that we could have a 6-fold increase in population in my neighborhood. And, clearly the infrastructure, the water and sewer, I know for sure as my time in mayor, we do not have the sewer capacity for that. We just simply don't. It's going to be huge, a huge, huge impact on communities. And we're only beginning to see and to sort of come to terms with what this is going to do. It's an absolutely seismic change in the way communities are going to look.
Sorry, just one point is that I actually feel this should be in good governance because we're complying with provincial regulation. This is not a town initiative. This is Victoria. And the final thing too is just also to consider that for the scope of rapidity of the change, just remember the number of builders stays roughly constant. So you'll be building more because there's more units, but it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take a very long time.
Thank you. Really, this slide is here under housing for the purposes of discussion today. You'll see it isn't titled Blue Sky, it's titled Provincially Mandated Initiatives. I think it'll have its own section when we continue reporting out to council. I just thought it was important to flag for council under the context of your focus area. So thank you for that indulgence.
Just a very brief clarification. I do think that it still belongs under housing. Complying with the provincial minimums, I would say, is good governance. However, doing it right, I would say falls into the realm of housing because we're trying to create high-quality housing, high-quality neighborhoods, and that bridges beyond just governance. That's really housing, planning, and good planning overall. Thank you. Okay, so this was an initiative that was originally proposed for 2027. The recommendation is refer it to 2028.
Again, I think the whole intention of the provincial initiative is to promote the middle market housing. So I think the thinking here is to push it out to see what happens. So are you comfortable with that, Councillor Van der Valk?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak a little bit about this. This is something that I would like to see happen because I think in terms of the housing, because we're constantly looking to, are we going to get federal money? Are we going to get provincial money? Where are we going to get the money? What kind of housing is being built? And even with the provincial housing edicts, I have concerns about the kind of housing that's going to be built. I don't know that this is it will be particularly affordable housing. So I would like to look at, are there ways that the town can not necessarily build the housing, but be open to ideas and explore ideas about different forms of housing that can be built on town-owned land. So it would really look at alternative forms of housing, and then we'd have to look at as well what the land ownership would be. Is it still town land that's leased out? Is it land that is subdivided into small lots and can be sold, and then the town can use that to propose other developments on land that they can purchase? So it's more an exploratory exercise, but making sure that it is for affordable housing. So we'd have to look at who would qualify if it was for purchase or for lease, who would qualify, how do we manage that? Do we need, for example, a service group to help us manage that? So that's the idea behind this. I, again, would like to see how it could integrate with what the province is mandating in terms of housing. Is it possible to look at this project at the same time or as opportunities arise? But just let's look at some alternatives to provincial, either provincial or federally funded housing or developer funded housing. Is there a way that we can do something a little more directly? So that's what it's about. And
Okay.
I, of course, would like to see it happen sooner rather than later, but again, I think it would be one of those things that as opportunities arise.
Yeah, and similar to what we discussed earlier about preparing the zoning for it, if there is something we could do. I think the property that we're talking about is the pie shape, the second piece at the at Ravensbourne Lane. But when we thought it was going to be used for a bus garage site, we put in a buffer that's actually park dedication. And that takes up a huge strip, only on that piece, not on the neighboring or the piece that the town owns now as well. So it's just a one piece for that single purpose. If we could rededicate that parkland to go along the French Creek area, then that would make it a much more easier development. I've raised this, Councillor Harrison may remember 5 years ago as co-op type housing, or at that time it was called a mobile home type housing, but people would own a small lot. So they're in the market, they own a small lot, there's water and sewer is in that area. And I talked to Johnny Larson, who is quite a designer and developer involved in the development community, and he thought you could do this. You don't have to do the whole thing at once. You could have 6 lots, say, on one side and 6 on the other side of the road, and just sell them as you go. And there'd be restrictions, but it doesn't depend on provincial funding. It would be something that we could do and allow people to be able to buy into the market at an affordable start. So there's different opportunities. I agree with Councillor Van der Valk that this is also a thing that we could do the preparatory work. So if we're willing to go in that direction, and that's, I think, what the piece of property that Councillor Van der Valk is talking about, we have mentioned this before, where we would rededicate the parkland to open it up for a more practical piece of property for that kind of purpose.
So this is, the proposal is to defer this to 2028. Am I hearing you say you want it to stay as 2027?
Well, my preference would be to see if there's a way that we can incorporate it in terms of, because it would be a different form of housing, it would be a different form of land ownership, perhaps. Just exploring those possibilities, but seeing if it
So are you
could
suggesting
fit
something
some way.
other than what's on the scoping sheet?
No,
May I
in terms
suggest,
of timing? Are you
No, in
No.
terms of what the project is.
can we put this under OCP review, where we talk about these types of projects and we know more about the provincial regulations, and we can look at that site, and if that could be a great discussion during OCP review.
Yeah, but it isn't necessarily just specific to these sites. It would be on any town-owned land. So if it did happen on one piece of what's currently town-owned land, then we could do it on other pieces as well. But it's just trying to look at alternatives for how the town can take some initiative in providing affordable housing. So there's a lot of different aspects to this.
So there's two parts, and then I do see Councillor Harrison has had his hand raised for a while, but I will say that there's the question of what do we do with those two particular pieces of land, and it overlaps with the park changes that Mayor Westbrook has alluded to. And then there's the questions about how to creatively, approach things like land tenure and leases and use of town land. I think that's a separate discussion. But interestingly enough, I think the question of tenure is going to come up a lot during the housing discussion that as we implement the province's regulation, because my understanding is they are allowing municipalities to regulate tenure independent of their zoning. So lots of interesting discussion. It's going to happen anyway. I would recommend that we keep this 2027 or 28. It doesn't, either way is fine, because it gives us enough opportunity to see what's happened with housing, what still needs to be done afterwards. But with, of course, the understanding that as opportunities present, we will, advance them at whatever opportunity arises. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say that in the interim, as a relatively brief report, it's later in 2014, just something looking at a range of reasonable construction costs. What are the costs of service? So if we're going to do something like this, get a ballpark of how much money it's going to cost. And then we could figure out, okay, well, working back from that cost, we can sort out how do you get a mortgage on that? Because the last time I talked to a builder in our area, he said that it costs $450 per square foot for residential. So if you have the 1,000 square feet, it's almost $500,000. And that's going to put it out of reach for a lot of working families just for hard construction costs for 1,000 square feet. So getting just a brief report from a few different people we've talked to, here's a range of residential construction costs. There's a few different models we could look at for ownership. And then just sort of say, okay, so if you want to do town-led affordable housing, we can do it. But here's roughly how we get those points where, two workers who are working full-time but maybe don't get paid a lot of money, what options they'd have. Just because I think that might inform all these other conversations.
Okay, so
Yeah.
can we leave this then maybe in 2027, this item? And we'll carry on, and maybe there's an opportunity for some more work to be done. I'd like to suggest we take a quick 10-minute break, if council would like that. I have the sense that you probably need a little break. 10-minute break. We'll come back at maybe 1:30 or just before 1:30 sharp. And I'd like to propose to you that we try and get through these next two sections and finish about 20 to 4. And have a brief period of time for a few public comments, and then council can get to your Remembrance Day event. Does that suit you? Okay. and for you to go to your Remembrance Day event. So we will move on to economic prosperity. Sorry, a couple more things.
We just wanted to know that beyond the strategic initiative sheets, we do anticipate that there will be other housing initiatives that pop up as part of the provincial mandate for 24 to 27. And again, we'll keep council and the community informed as those unfold. So council didn't provide specific direction for an economic prosperity initiative in 2023. You did allocate $20,000 in 23 and 24 for tourism small business promotion as a placeholder for council decision making. It should be recognized, though, that we do support economic prosperity through collaboration with organizations and networks. And then council also attended the Vancouver Island Economic Alliance Conference in October, and then staff has submitted an application. Maybe Luke, you could add a bit of detail on that recent application that was just submitted. So economic prosperity for 2023. Placeholder, sorry, this is just a placeholder for council's decision making. Again, you had one for First Nation, you had one for tourism and small business, and you had another placeholder for volunteerism. So yeah, so the council didn't spend it in 23, so we've just shifted it to 24 and 25 instead of 23 and 24. You'll see the budget reflects that.
Assuming you're okay with that?
Okay, and I'll hand this one over to Luke.
Yes,
the town has long-term economic development goals identified in the OCP and the sustainability plan, but there's never been a clearly charted path to, preparing the infrastructure and governance structure, funding and so on and so forth to actually advance those. So this is a multi-stage initiative that would be undertaken by a consultant with some staff support. And the grant proposal would be 80% funding from the government, and that would be matched by 10% in staff time and 10% in a cash outlay. So this is the only item proposed under economic prosperity for this coming year. Thank you.
I just had one comment that I'm the town liaison for the Qualicum Beach, or the Chamber of Commerce for Qualicum Beach. And tying into this, I think, is concerns with housing for workforce. So that does tie in with a lot of the housing questions that have come before this. So I'm not sure if there can be a tie into any of that, but I just wanted to say that that was one of the concerns that I think a lot of the businesses have.
I'm assuming that that's a part of regular economic discussions these days.
Achieve something in the next 2 years. So.
Any quick, Councillor Harrison?
Just those are both really important, and I just also want to highlight when we approved the avgas. I remember reading the report. We had a roughly 30-year-old fiberglass tank currently, and so the idea of 20, 30 years from now, a council saying roughly this old for the infrastructure at an airport, I want to make sure we don't leave that for future councils.
So let's take these one at a time. The asset management plan for the airport proposed for 2025. You're comfortable with that? Okay. And the airport runway tree management plan for 2023 deferred to 2025. Comfortable with that? Good. Okay. The next batch. Lou.
Okay, so these ones, we're seeing adjustment on the parking management strategy. This was originally proposed for 2027. We're looking at deferring that to 2028, and I'm assuming council will have some questions on that, so Luke's ready to speak to those. The addition of other effective area-based conservation measures, those are management plans. So council recently added the Heritage Forest as one of these areas, and it was an easy win because because it has its own management plan. As council identifies new areas, those will also need management plans, and that can be a really big chunk of work. We had talked about that in 2027, given what's currently on the department's plate. We're looking at moving that to 2028 or beyond. And then we had the discussion about regulating light trespass. So this is separate and apart from the street light replacement issue that we've been dealing with. And that is proposed for 2028. If council wants to tackle that one, we'd like to have a discussion in later years. So thank you.
So shall we go to you, Luke, for the parking management strategy piece?
Sure, yes, thank you. This has come up a few times about how the town should manage parking in the uptown area. We've talked about communal parking lots on the fringe of town, making better use of the street front parking, and of course there's the bigger discussion about what parking requirements should be. Maybe not within the town's realm of control anymore, but a parking management strategy is certainly a very important thing to do. Just given the current priorities, we're recommending that be pushed off into later years.
Is council comfortable with that? Councillor Van der Velde?
Well, I just have concerns because I think that if there is going to be a lot of development happening in the town, given the housing requirements or possibility for that happening, I think parking is a very important part of it. And I don't know that we want to be charging for parking because I think that will really affect the businesses in town. So I think it's worth trying to look at this a bit earlier, but I'm not sure if we'll be able to. So I guess it's more
Other
a question than an
Mr. Mayor?
answer.
Yeah, I think we talked about the housing announcement, which will also talk about parking requirements. So this will be a big deal with the province. So I think we should just leave it until 26, until we've got those regulations. So it says right now 27, 28. I would say these types of issues will be clarified when we get the regulations from the province. So probably 26 and beyond.
Luke, any comment on putting it into 2026?
I think that's reasonable because we will have a chance to discuss it in 2024 and 2025 in strategic planning if anything needs to be shifted.
Councillor Harrison.
Okay.
So just before I first came on council, there was a study done of some of the small parking areas in our downtown that are underutilized, and we had drone photos and there was a brief report. Has there been any sort of ongoing work? I know we initially tried to do some outreach with the chamber with varying degrees of success, judging by what I see on the streets. But has there been any work to sort of follow up on the existing study that was done about, say, 6-7 years ago?
Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. So the big takeaway from that study was that there is a parking constraint around the area of Quality Foods, and the rest of the uptown area, there's more of a shortage in street front parking, not as much a shortage of parking overall. So we are continuing to implement the findings from that study, and in terms of trying to manage the parking around the Quality Foods area, and then just trying to be efficient in the other areas. But there actually isn't a parking problem per se, although there is a parking management challenge, and so I think we'll move on from there.
Okay, so we will change that to 2026. Are you comfortable with the other effective conservation measures management plans proposed to go to 2028? Councillor Skipsey?
That one's mine, that I put forward based on my work with, or sitting at the Mabry roundtable. So this is right now there's a push, right? Both the provincial government and the federal government are looking at biodiversity and the importance of biodiversity and trying to make sure that there's a certain amount set aside. So provincially is 25 by 25 and federally 30 by 30. So if we look at doing it 28, we're probably too late. That will have been gone. So it's kind of one of those things that now is the opportunity. The Mount Arrowsmith Biosphere Research Institute has funding to assist. They've just gone through that process currently, coming up with a management plan for the French Creek estuary. So they're very familiar with the process and what's involved. Upon speaking with them, they thought that the expenses probably are more like $20,000, and they would have some funding available to subsidize anything sort of over between $20,000 and $25,000. And also, I think this is a really interesting opportunity. The two areas that came to mind for me were our two well fields, because we're probably not going to be looking at doing a lot of development or whatnot on those areas. And in particular, Lot 10, given that part of that buffers the Little Qualicum River. And it's a very interesting and biodiverse area. And it also is now adjacent to the land that was acquired by Nature's Trust, Lot 8, I think it is. And so there definitely is an opportunity here if the town is interested. In speaking with our planner, there was also maybe discussion around Lot 10 was logged, and now it's mostly alder trees, which have about a 50-year life, and then they're going to start falling. So there may be an opportunity to sort of enhance natural processes and work that area so that we plant different trees and have it more, the biodiversity reforested or nature it, I guess is the word. So I would really like, even if we just looked at one of those one of the well fields, and as I say, Mabry is applying for grants right now to continue their work in helping local governments do this work. So I would really love to see us do something.
Luke?
I think it's an excellent idea. I mean, I think there's a lot of benefit to doing management plans for those areas, but it's not realistic to put them on the strategic plan for 24, 25. 26 is a bit of a push, given that a lot of other things have already been relocated to 26. So I would say if Mabry wants to undertake an initiative that the town, only needs to review and or sign off on, then that would be okay. I think that we would of course collaborate, but as a town initiative, I'd be more comfortable keeping it where it is on the timeline.
I noticed that there's a reference to the park inventory too that's scheduled for 2028, and you see this happening afterwards. So could a one-off project happen independent of that?
Good question. So in the scoping sheet, it does recommend that the parking inventory be done first, so we know which areas to identify as protected areas, and then develop the management plans. Further discussion with Councillor Skipsey after we had finalized the scoping sheets, we realized that it's actually a few specific areas, not so much like the town overall. So certainly, if council wanted to jump ahead and say, no, we're just talking about these two areas to add, that would be a council decision. So that's reasonable to put them in a different order.
So maybe 2027 then, recognizing a more broad initiative would happen in 2028.
Well, we could certainly put it on there. I don't know if the same opportunities will present themselves at that time.
Yeah. Maybe the rest of council wants some input to this. Yep.
I'm just wondering if, so that we're not impinging on Mr. Sales' time so much, could this not be under our new climate action planner?
Thank you. So possibly, that's something we could address, maybe when we do strategic planning next year, we can explore that as an opportunity. So I don't think that like forest management is one of her strengths. So I think, you know, regardless, like there would have to be a biologist involved. You know, Mabry is kind of the perfect organization to lead something like this. But as a standalone town initiative, once again, let's keep it pushed off for now. If we need to reassess next year, we can do that.
And can I assume that if a one-off initiative from an external group came to you, then you would consider that earlier?
Thank you. So I absolutely. So as an example of that, the Mount Arrowsmith Biosphere Reserve approached us through the Heritage Forest, the Brown Property Preservation Society, and we've already agreed to it. So it's done. So if someone else does all the work and all we have to do is sign off, sign us up.
It sounds to me like this is a great place for an asterisk. Because I think everyone here on this table agrees that we can't do everything as a town before that date. But if someone brings something together where they've done a lot of legwork, of course, we'd be happy to, you know, for a small amount of staff time to just double check things should be fine. So I just think leaving it as is, putting in the asterisks that, you know, individual projects may be considered at an earlier date, and then you get the best of both worlds, and I think we all agree on that.
Okay, so we'll leave the broad town initiative deferred to 2028. We'll add an asterisk that says standalone third-party initiatives considered earlier. Does that suit you? Okay. And then the last one, the regulate light trespass proposed for 2028. Yeah, so you're comfortable with that? Okay. Councillor Skipsey?
Well, that was actually different than what we're doing with BC Hydro. It's more,
Right.
As a local government, we have the right to regulate light trespass. But I think this is maybe jumping a step, and I think it's identified on the scoping sheet that we might want to start with finding out more about our community values around dark skies and lighting. So that could be through even quality of life survey, or I don't know. But
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable suggestion that it comes up during the quality of life survey. So that would mean it gets some legs.
So you get some feedback into that, but the project itself is still put off to 2028?
Yeah.
The larger project? Okay, good. All right. Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. That's it for the initiatives.
Just a note, Allison, that we are recommending that additional progressive infrastructure initiatives beyond those mentioned in the previous pages be deferred to 2025 or a subsequent year, given constraints on budget and capacity. So we still have a really big capital list that's going to be coming forward beyond the more blue sky capital projects. We have those as well. So we'll have the discussion on the 15th, make that clearer for you, give you a bit of an understanding of what's already in the pipe for capital projects, and just wanted to flag that for you.
Councillor Garza?
I thought we were going to have something more about budget planning 23-24 today. I think we have time. So if you want to do that, I'm good with this.
So, Your Worship, the plan today was to offer opportunity for the public to provide comment.
Okay.
And then what we're going to do on the 15th is we're going to bring you back an amended table, that
Okay.
colored table, with all of council's directions and comments and qualifiers today. And then you can endorse those on the 15th. Raj will have those reflected in budget, departments will have them reflected in work plans, and then we'll move into the capital projects. And then your next step is moving into budget. And we have a calendar here that we can talk to after the public has made comment. I hope that helps.
So, Councillor Harrison?
Thanks. So just as we're on the last step of progressive infrastructure, not in our term, but in the last year of the previous term, there was a resolution for updating the seawall and starting to replace over time parts of the seawall with green shores. And my apologies if I missed it. It's not been a great week for me. I'm sure staff can sympathize that it's been a bit difficult week for them. But I was just wondering if there was any, when you're looking at capital projects, have you been looking at starting to, that process of replacing our seawall over time? Because I know Mr. Sales has said earlier that he was looking at doing some of the initial planning work and breaking it up into parts because it's going to be a decades-long process.
There's a quick answer to that. Otherwise, we would deal with that at Capital next week.
Is it okay next week, Councillor Harrison?
Oh, yeah, not a problem at all.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. We'll flag that for Luke's attention.
Okay, so we do have enough time to have comments or questions from the public. I would ask that you limit your comments to maybe a minute or a question if you have one. And I hope you've enjoyed the sausage making. It's so much fun, isn't it? So any questions or comments from the public, I invite you to come to the mic here and let us know what you think. Yeah, please. Maybe if you can, for my benefit, because you probably all well know, but if you just give me your name.
Yes, my name is Jay Smith, and I live at 587 Spruce Street. I have a number of concerns. One is which I just simply don't know enough of what's happening in terms of the provincial housing strategy. There's a retired political scientist who's been there 50 years, where conflict is the name of the game. I see this is a conflict model of politics. If I was supervising students, I would say this is a good area to go into. There are going to be a lot of theses and dissertations written on this. There's going to be conflict between people and areas, conflict over values. I'll give an example. The environmental values. People treasure their trees, they treasure their planet. The feeling is very, very intense. So what if there's an area of town, many trees are cut down? People will be upset, no doubt about that. And what happens if you cut down too many trees? And we see there's negative ramifications such as loosening of soil, seepage, or movement of land, or sloughing off of land. Does the town have the authority to say, look, under these conditions, we just can't afford any more development here? Or will this legislation or edict simply override good common sense and the ability of a town to manage its resources? And from what I can understand is that we just have a bulldozer that's just going to come on through, and there could be a lot of negative effects. So we have a loss of, I think, of democracy, but a loss of prudence in terms of the welfare of the town. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks very much. Any other comments or questions from the public?
Yeah, thanks so much for this opportunity. It's really wonderful to be able, the transparency, and to be able to participate in probably one of the most important things the town does. So I'd just like to comment on the initiative of the visual identity refresh, which expenditures are looking at $50,000 per year over 3 years plus staff time. And I think this needs to reflect the vision and mission of the town, which is going to be revisited, I would think, through the OCP, the current OCP process, and that should really be followed by a look at branding or rebranding, and that would be followed by the visual refresh. So I think there's just a cart before the horse here. So I just ask you to reconsider that timing, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, please?
Joyce Damon, 1203 Pintail Drive. I applaud what you're doing. It must have been challenging in light of all the work you did earlier this year in preparation with a strategic plan. My concern rests with the parking study. Yes, 6 or 7 years ago or whenever it was. And, you know, there's been quite a change in that time, but I'm concerned about traffic flow in the downtown as well, the town core. And we have some very troublesome intersections, First and Memorial being one, up by QF being one. And I just hope that it sort of all rolls into for planning. I know that some of the public hearings that have been in the recent years, specifically Naked Naturals and East Village, to name two, there was a lot of concern about traffic flow and parking. And so that, keeps coming up. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Oh, sorry, come on up.
Bruce Fleming Smith, Qualicum Beach. I thought I'd hear all the rest of the comments before I said anything, and I'm just speaking off the top of my head and won't have much substantive or all-encompassing to say because I need to watch the YouTube of this because I'm not aware of the full scope of the document and your approach to it and all the clarity reflected in the organization approaching this matter is very impressive, to be commended. Generally speaking, I'm concerned about the number and the extent and the time frame on deferrals. That's just a general comment. I won't cite specific examples except for just because this subject was just covered at the very end of your deliberations here. In the discussions to do with the parking management and strategy and also the conservation measures, if I was on council and voting, I would definitely have not wanted to support such extended deferrals on either of those. I'll speak specifically the parking management strategy. We already know that we have huge issues which are unaddressed by current policy to do with parking in the village neighborhood. There are numerous developments that have been approved already by town recently or are in construction currently. All of these projects do not yet have their parking and traffic loads impacting on the town, but within 1 year's time or so, they will. And to cite one specific example, there was a development application that was recently approved by the town, good development, single-family home, old home, on a generous lot, heavily treed on Fern Road, across from the dental building. That development was approved for significant density upgrade, very good, in line with the province's new policies. And there was a low level of parking demand, on-site parking demand, asked of the town, on the part of the town of the applicant. That was approved, so limited number of on-site parking. There was vehement opposition from the gentleman who owns the medical dental facility across the street, pointing out that this was not consistent with town policy and it was going to impact very negatively on his customers and the impacts on his parking lot across the road, et cetera, et cetera. That's just one example. And we have, and in addition, we have no laneway policy whatsoever. So very hard for me to see how, in the face of current pressing needs such as this, you can recommend a deferral to 2027 to 28, 3 to 4 years. Boggles my mind. You can't come up with something before then. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other comments? Okay, we are good to go. I don't need to remind you of this, but in the end, these are all your decisions to make. The the buck stops with you. And just in terms of process, as your CAO has committed, we'll bring back a revised version of this along with your capital projects for the 15th next week. And then we just wanted to highlight the kind of the bigger picture where we're leading to with budget. And I'm hoping, Raj, you will just walk us through this process, if that's okay. Just because, again, as I said earlier at the beginning of the meeting, this is the prelude to your budget process and longer-term financial planning process.
Thank you, Allison. So yes, as Allison had mentioned, this will kind of inform the budget process in terms of what's to be included in the budget from a strategic planning point of view. And then as we move forward in the next few weeks, we'll be coming forward to council in, well, we have November 15th, and then after that, we'll be coming forward to council on December the 6th, reporting on third quarter financial update. So we'll be providing an update on the strategic initiatives, on capital projects, and on the operating budget to September 30th. And then on December 13th, at the Committee of the Whole, there'll be a preliminary budget discussion. We'll be bringing forward the preliminary budget for 2024. And then we'll be looking for council direction at that time as well. And then we will be going to a public engagement session after incorporating council's input into the budget on January the 17th, and then another public engagement session on January the 24th, and going to first reading of the budget on February 7th. And really we're looking for, at that point, we're looking for budget direction in terms of where we're going. So hopefully there's no further revisions, because we have a whole budget book that will be produced and all the content will be in there. And different process from in past years. And then coming back to council on February 28th for second and third reading, with hopefully adoption by March 13th.
Any questions about that process, kind of where we're at and where we're headed?
I had a question
Councillor Harrison?
from a comment that was made earlier, just to staff for one quick point, if that's okay. So a member of the public talked about a site that might have geotechnical issues. So the province says you can build 3 homes or 4 homes on this lot, but staff reasonably expect there to be an issue if someone were to do that. I can think of a couple lots off the top of my head. So would staff then be able to, in a position to say, I'm sorry, we can't give you a building permit because of this geotechnical issue? And just if staff could clarify if there's any changes in the legislation to that.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison, I'm glad you asked that. It is a very important point of clarification. So staff aren't aware of any removal of powers in terms of the ability to regulate hazards in the town. So there is some language in the regulation that says that development permits should not be unreasonably used to hinder residential development. Clearly, mitigating hazards is not really an unreasonable use. And you may or may not be aware, the province is also making changes to transit-oriented developments. It doesn't really affect the town so much, but the question, that specific question was asked to the provincial staff at the meeting yesterday, the technical briefing, and the answer was that the municipality would still have the ability to regulate hazard, and these new kind of overruling density regulations would not overrule them.
Councillor Skipsey?
I'm just looking for a little clarification around like the summary financial table we received. So 2023 expenditures, would that be considered actuals? Like I'm trying to get a comparison of what was budgeted versus actual.
So for 2023, we had based it on our actuals, but they are anticipated. It's our forecast of what will be spent to the end of the year.
So they're forecasted actuals, predicted actual. Does that answer your question? Okay. Any other questions about this budgeting process or where we're headed?
think we're good, and I think
Okay.
now is the time for me to ask for a motion to adjourn.
Well, if you want to adjourn, that's fine. I was just going to ask for your final comments about this process and about where we ended up today. I wanted to commend your staff. I like to think we're good at predicting how long the discussion's going to go, and I was doubtful this morning, but we were bang on, so that's really great, and they've done so much work. It's just amazing. So I wanted to thank them, and I just wanted to ask council for any of their final comments or feedback.
If anyone else feels there's something they wish they could have seen in 2024, I agree with you, but unfortunately, I get it with what staff have to go through over the next 2 years.
Well, I would almost be nice to let the provincial government know what kind of impact this is having on our local government and our decision-making, and what we're putting off or not doing because of this.
I'll just tell you that UBCM is canvassing for input, so on their website.
Perhaps we should write a nice letter. Yeah. What's that?
Apologies, sorry. I was just going to say somewhat jokingly, the president of UBCM has a summer home here.
Yeah, I think it is it's a good process. I still found it a bit, even having had our binders ahead of time, and thank you very much for that. But it's still a lot of information for us to make decisions on in one go, so.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, thank you, because this is a reminder to me. You had proposed that we go back, that we go through everything and go back, and I'm sorry we kind of got into a pattern of doing things and did not do that. But there are a couple more opportunities for you, so it's not like this is a final decision. We have today, where you've had some discussion, you've had some opportunities to ask questions, you've given your direction. We'll come back on the 15th. You'll have the big picture in front of you. And, you know, I'd like to suggest to Lou and the staff that we ask you for any additional changes. That'll be another opportunity. You'll have the whole picture in front of you, another opportunity to have a kick at the can. And then, of course, you have this process to go through. The more solid the initiatives are by the end of the 15th, the better off your staff are going to be in preparing the financial documents. So I would urge that by the end of the 15th, you really feel confident that these initiatives that we've looked at today are where they ought to be for the planning. For sure, the 2024 items you should be confident about what's in 2024. The other ones you'll have future years to reconsider, but the 2024 items, because they're preparing your budget for the next year. So that'll be an opportunity to come back to do what you had maybe hoped we would do today. But you can go away, take the documents with you, think about it, read them before you go to sleep at night, and come back next week and we'll kick at them again.
Councillor Young.
Thank you to the staff. Fabulous job, and I'm getting a lot of clarity and learning a lot about all the work that we need to do, and also appreciate that we're able to include what our residents want. And I do hope that the residents do send us the emails if you didn't get a chance to speak today, and let us know, what your thoughts are and what we should be pushing for. Thank you.
And I want to echo what I said earlier and what you said about our staff. I'm so amazed at the amount of work that they do on a regular day-to-day basis. And then to put in all these, like the airport committee meetings, we're doing so many other things, regular council meetings. They're not easy to put together, all the reports and all the details. And then prepare for this. The hours that goes into it, the details, the planning is amazing. And then to have the province dump another workload on us, and people are surprised that we're deferring a bunch of things to 25 or 26, you shouldn't be surprised, because this is seismic, as you mentioned earlier today. Anybody who's watching what planners go through and they see this edict coming down, they would know that that's going to occupy for the next 2 years. So anybody shouldn't be surprised if we defer some programs that we wish we could have tackled this coming year that will have to be delayed. So with that, I ask for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Van der Valk, we are adjourned. Thank you.